we got it? Oh, maybe. Let me see. 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 All right. Let's go. Um. Oh, I don't want to show that. Say something. All right. I don't know if my chat. All right. Really? Okay. Turn that down. We good? We good? Anybody in here? No? Man, my thumbnail looks like crap. Okay, hold on. We are about to get started. Let me just do one thing. And then we are good. There we go. My mic sounds good. Alright. For real. Alright, y'all. This is what we're doing today. Hold on, I'm listening to myself right now. Alright. Welcome to my breakdown of the top 50 running backs. Is that bad? Does this screen look good? Man, I feel like I'm all over the place already. Okay, and then bet. Okay, we are actually good now. Welcome to my breakdown of the top 50 running backs of the Fantasy Football 2024 season. Does that look good? Please tell me. Please tell me that looked good. Okay, I need to stop messing around. Okay. Let's lock in. Hold up. Welcome to my breakdown of the top 50 running backs of the 2024 fantasy football season. I really gotta cut that up, huh? Okay. This is it. This one's it. Let's go, y'all. Welcome to my breakdown of the 2024. Jeez, man. I cannot read. I can't think. Welcome to my breakdown of the 2024 fantasy. Okay. I can't do it. I'm listening to music at the same time, too. It's messing me up. I just gotta lock in. Welcome to my breakdown of the top 50 running backs for the 2024 fantasy football season. Number 1 on my list is Christian McCaffrey. This one shouldn't come as a surprise to you. Number 1 on my list is Christian McCaffrey of the San Francisco 49ers. He's in season number 7, and he is 28 years old, I believe. So let's just look at his stats real quick. He averaged 5.4 yards per carry. He had 1,459 rushing yards and 14 touchdowns. Pair that with 7 more receiving touchdowns. This guy was a touchdown machine. So that is one big reason. Another big reason is he had 2,000 yards all-purpose, which is unheard of. And it just seems like a match made in heaven with Kyle Shanahan. McCaffrey fell off in the championship, but I mean, in the wild card, he's probably single-handedly won a lot of people, a lot of games. And you can see it wasn't just a playoff run like Breece Hall. He was scoring 20 points, 15, 30. Like, this guy was an absolute machine. And the San Francisco 49ers are probably going to fall down a bit. Just kind of what happens. You can't stay at the top and be the number 1 all the time. But that doesn't mean Christian McCaffrey's going to fall any bit. He's had a few injury concerns, injury problems, but even falling down a little bit and having a little bit worse of a season, I think he's still going to be great. Another thing as well, this last year was his first full season. So if you look at a receiver like Tyreek Hill or something like that, he had a better year in his second full year, and it's kind of what we're expecting. It's obviously a different situation, but McCaffrey, he was number 1 last year. I'd keep him at number 1. I don't know who you could pick as a better player to be number 1 again. So let's move to my number 2 pick, Bijan Robinson of the Atlanta Falcons. In year 2, Bijan is primed for another big year. He was going top 15 last year, so he kind of didn't live up to his expectations, but he still had actually, the expectations thing wasn't even his fault. You could see Arthur Smith ran him, 10 times. He only got 22 carries once, so that is crazy. People complained about Arthur Smith not running him enough, but you can see that that was true. I mean, this is ridiculously low amount of snaps. I mean, back to back 11 rushes, and he was playing two pretty poor defenses last year. So, Bijan will be my number two. Um, Career stats. He had 976 rushing yards last year, four touchdowns, 4.6 yards per carry, and 214 carries. So he actually did live up to expectations. To some degree, he just didn't get enough snaps. He had the 19th amount of carries, but yet he was ninth in the league. So imagine what he could have got, what he could have gotten with like the third amount of snaps, of attempts, of carries. So he had a pretty big year. This is kind of why I have him as my number two. 58 catches on 86 targets. Wasn't the most efficient, but he had 500 yards on that. So, I mean, 58 by 15 games, that's 4 catches a game. So, 4 points minimum, like 5 points minimum. It's pretty good value, and I think he's primed to have a big year. I see the Falcons being a wild card team. Um, you know, they might not be a good wild card team, but they could even run for the division. So, Bijan, he's gonna have another big year. I would put him at my number two, and we will just continue to go. Number three, my number three ranked running back for this 2024 fantasy football season is Breece Hall. Often chosen as the number two, I have him as my number three. Why? Well, why do I? I don't see the Jets being, let's see, Hall is among the Jets' key skill players not slated to see action against the Commanders. Okay. So, number three, this is just kind of based off of last year's position where he ended up. Number two position rank. Um, I have him as my number three because he was so inconsistent. He had 43 points in the championship and what is that? The conference finals, but he had 3 in the wild card. So if you played Breece Hall as your wild card player, then as your wild card running back, then you probably lost, which would be sad because then in the losing round you'd be dropping 43 points and be like, wow, where was this, Breece? Anyways, the Jets, they don't really have a offensive system. It's just kind of like the Aaron Rodgers show, and we kind of heard that from Mecole Hardman and other people that have come out of the Jets organization and have talked about the Jets organization. I mean, Hardman even said that once Aaron Rodgers went down, it was just kind of like, what do we do now? And they obviously didn't have any answers. Zach Wilson was in his third year, and he still looked like a rookie. So Breece Hall will now be in his third year, and he won't look like a rookie. 223 carries, good amount of carries. This is why he's ranked so high, because he had 76 catches last year, which is a ridiculous amount of catches for a running back. That 76 catches is wide receiver level. Like, that is like, man, 76 catches. I'm trying to think of somebody comparative to that. That's like Chris Godwin numbers. Probably a little worse, but anyways, we're just gonna move on. Jonathan Taylor is my number 4 ranked running back in the 2024 fantasy football season. You know what I'm missing? Which would pull all of this together. Um, La da da. La da 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 da. Man, this is not going well. I'm not even gonna lie. I just want to restart. Oh well. Alrighty. So, my number 4 ranked running back for this fantasy football season is none other than Jonathan Taylor. Where are you at? Jonathan Taylor. So, obviously, he had a pretty poor season, position 33, and I'm ranking him as a number 4. ESPN also has him ranked as number 4, and FantasyPros.com has him ranked as number 5. So why, might you ask, are you ranking Jonathan Taylor as the number 4 running back for the fantasy football season? Well, this is a bit first thing, 1,800 yards in his second year, 18 touchdowns. So that is a crazy amount of rushing yards. That's over 100 rushing yards per game. But that's not even what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is his coach, Shane Steichen, who is one of the best coaches in the league. He has a pretty good offensive line. He has a very talented quarterback next to him in Anthony Richardson, so he's going to get him the ball as much as he can. And on top of that, he has a great supporting cast. The Colts have a couple defensive players, but mostly their offense is very good. They have Michael Pittman Jr., Josh Downs, who's primed for a breakout year, as well as Adonai Mitchell. So he has a great offense built around him. If teams are going to, build to stop the Shane Steichen system and stop all of these playmakers, then Taylor's going to have a good amount of opportunities. As well as the Colts' depth chart is terrible. Where we at? Let's check out this depth chart for the running back. They got Trey Sermon as their second string. 25 years old. Let's see what he's done. He's on his third team in 4 years, and he has a combined 346 rushing yards. He's the number 2, so you don't really expect Trey Sermon to take a lot of snaps, take a lot of runs. They might run him up the middle a bit, get him those easy snaps, give him that A.J. Dillon role. Here's the third string. This guy also won't be competing with Jonathan Taylor. He has 87 career rushing yards, and he is the third string. Why do I keep closing this menu? He has 7 carries in his... Oh, that was a preseason. This is a preseason, though. 7 carries for 15 yards. Not great. Now let's look at the fourth string. Is he going to take snaps from Jonathan Taylor? No, he will not. Evan Hull, he had one carry for. He had one. Look at all these ones. He had one game played, one carry for 1 yard, and averaging 1 yard a carry, obviously, and his long was 1 yard carried. So this is kind of Evan Noel is kind of like the scenario like Evan Hull's kind of like that question people get asked, like, can a normal person get a rushing yard in a game? Evan Hull is that person. He got 1 yard. So, Jonathan Taylor's depth chart behind him is the worst in the league. He has a great offense built around him. And on top of this, the AFC South play the AFC East, which is a mixed bag of talent. The AFC South plays the AFC East, which is a mixed bag of talent. I mean, the Jets' defensive line is good, and they have a good defensive system. But the Dolphins are on another defensive coordinator, and all of their best defensive linemen all got injured last year because they all played in garbage time. Shout out to Hard Knocks. Shout out to Vic Fangio. Wasted year for him. And who else we got? The Patriots got a brand new coach. You're not really expecting much out of that defense, especially after, the greatest defensive mind coach there for so long, and now he's not there anymore. So they're obviously going to take a step back, at least in the approach of the system they take. And then who else? The Bills. The Bills just fell apart. Their offense, their defense, it all fell apart. Bills are not going to be a great defense this year. Don't at me. Sean McDermott is probably getting fired, so that their offensive coordinator, Joe Schmo, can get the head coach. Now, Jonathan Taylor. He also plays NFC North. Not a bunch of great lines in that division either. The Vikings do not have a good defensive line. The Packers, they got Kenny Clark. That's it. Who else we got? The Lions have a good pass rush, but their run defense was not great. And then who's the other team in that division? The Chicago Bears. They look like a practice squad team playing against the Chiefs. They got embarrassed. Their defensive line, their offensive line got embarrassed. Caleb Williams is going to right the ship, but they did not get many players to add to that defensive line. So the Colts play the AFC East, which is probably going to be one of the worst rushing defense divisions in the league. And then the NFC North, which was one of the worst ones last year. So Taylor does not have a lot of people that are going to take his snaps. He plays two of the worst defenses, two of the worst divisions in the league. So he's going to get a lot of snaps. He has a great system, great coach, great players around him, great matchups. Like, Taylor should have a monster year, and it all comes down to health. Also, if you look at their division, Tennessee just lost their coach too, and they hired an offensive coordinator to be their head coach, so their defense probably isn't going to be that great either. Their defensive line, the Texans' defensive line, wasn't that great last year. But, they will be competitive for sure. And then Jacksonville, they have a pretty good defensive line too, but, the Colts are just primed. Jonathan Taylor especially is primed, as well as Anthony Richardson are primed to make a playoff run. Like, definitely. This year and next year. But more importantly, this year, they play a lot of bad teams. The Vikings aren't going to be good. The Bills aren't going to be great. Who else we got? The Patriots will not be good. And then the Bears are going to be fighting for a wild card spot. So don't expect much from them. Now that we're on the conversation of NFC North, let's go with Jahmyr Gibbs. My fantasy football 5th ranked running back. That's what I got. Number 5, Jahmyr Gibbs. ESPN ranked him as their 6th running back, and FantasyPros.com rated him as their 4th. Why pick Gibbs? Well, kind of the same situation with Jonathan Taylor. The Lions, they have a very good line. They had one of the best, if not the best, in the league last year. And you could tell. I mean, David Montgomery dropped 1,000. Gibbs almost dropped 1,000 rushing, just rushing alone. So Gibbs is going to be primed for a very dominant year. That's why I have him ranked as my number 5. It's his second year. Last year he was the 10th ranked as a rookie, which is pretty fantastic. So he's kind of in the same situation as Bijan and Jonathan Taylor. But more importantly, Jonathan Taylor, he plays the whole AFC South. Their defenses aren't great. The Tennessee defensive line is pretty good, but they have a new coordinator, as well as the Patriots, as well as the Dolphins, and then the Jets. So 3 out of 4 of the teams in that division have new defensive coordinators, and also didn't, get many prospects added to their, they don't even play that division. Anyways, they also play the NFC West. NFC West, AFC South. What do I got on Gibbs? Let's see if we can schedule. We'll just go on. Who cares about Gibbs anyways? So Quan Barkley is my 6th ranked running back for the 2024 fantasy football season. ESPN ranked him as a 5th, and FantasyPros.com ranked him as a 6th. Why? Why do we all agree? Well, Barkley has had a very up and down career, but as a rookie, he had 91 catches and 2,000 yards all purpose. So he's a very big threat in the passing game. He's going to get a lot of targets, a lot of catches, a lot of yards. One of the most dynamic players in the league. Also, he has a chip on his shoulder after the Giants did not pay him and did not even offer him a contract. Their situation on HBO Hard Knocks was let's match what other people offer them. Like, they didn't even try and negotiate with them. They went through a whole situation last year, franchise tagging them, and it all kind of rained down on them. So, who do they play? The Eagles play the NFC South. So the Saints, Falcons, the Bucks, the Panthers. None of them have good defensive lines, other than the Saints. The Bucks also have a decent defensive line with Vita Vea, but they are 100% going to take a step back. Tampa Bay, we talk about, oh wow, Baker Mayfield had such a good year, but they went 9-8, and that was with sweeping the Panthers, so, which was the worst team in the league. So really, they should have been. I mean, they were 7-8 in games that weren't played against the Panthers. So the Bucks are going to take a step back. That should help Barkley get a good amount of snaps. Who else? The Panthers, they're not good. Their defense will also take a step back. They actually had a pretty decent defense last year, but Barkley should do good against them. They also play the AFC North. Steelers have, which are all good defenses, but Barkley is on the Eagles. So, also, the Eagles are definitely going to be winning the division. So, it's a team that's going to win the division because the rest of the division is in shambles. I mean, you can look at Dallas, but they lost their defensive coordinator, who had the number one scoring defense in the league by a mile, and he's one of the best coaching defensive coordinators. So the Cowboys lost him. The Commanders got him and hired them as their head coach, but they don't really have a roster set up to compete with the Eagles, at least not this year. So they're probably going to win the division. Actually, they definitely are. So as a team that's going to win at least 11 or 12 games, win the division, and you have the starting running back for them, I mean, that is pretty great. That is like having Joe Mixon. You know, who they didn't even win the division. Joe Mixon. Anyways, Eagles, Saquon Barkley, going to be the 6th ranked running back for me. The Eagles, to recap, play a couple pretty terrible divisions in the NFC South and the AFC North. The rest of their division is not good. They have one good team in their division, but some crazy stuff will have to happen for the Eagles to lose to the Commanders and the Giants this year. So they're definitely going to take a step up. They had an absolutely atrocious defense last year. So, I mean, it's only where but up, as well as Barkley finally has a quarterback next to him, too. He has been a great, he's had 5,200 yards with 2 career or season-ending injuries, and, Daniel Jones is his quarterback supporting him, and Eli Manning. So it's only word but up for Barkley and the Eagles this year. They can't get any worse on defense, so that's only going to help Barkley get more reps, more snaps, because they'll have the ball more. So, also, if you look at DeAndre Swift, he had a very good year, and he is off to Chicago because he wanted money. Anyways, promise some of these recaps are better, but having a recap for 50 different players is kind of difficult. Anyways, my number 7th ranked running back for this fantasy 2024 football season is Kyren Williams. Just to start off, Sean McVay is one of the best offensive minds in the league. He coached Cooper Kupp into having 2,000 yards one year. Definitely a fantasy football winner that year. And then he had Puka Nacua break the receptions record. He broke the yardage record this last year. So that was as a rookie. He broke the rookie record. So Sean McVay can definitely scheme people open and scheme them snaps and scheme them yards. But Kyren doesn't really need a scheme to do that. It's great to have. Wait. I thought Kyren was a rookie last year. Alright, anyways. Is this really his second year? That's wild. That is wild. Anyways, Kyren, what can I say about him? I didn't really watch him too much, but Kyren, okay, let's look at it this way. Kyren is in the same situation as Jonathan Taylor. He plays the AFC East, which I covered before. They don't have a good defense. They don't have a good system to stop running backs. They don't have a good rushing defense. The whole division, the Jets do, the Dolphins kind of do, but they have a bunch of guys coming off injuries. So Kyren should do good against that division. They also play the NFC North. The Vikings don't have a good rushing defense. The Bears definitely don't. The Packers kind of do, and then the Lions have a good defensive line, but more pass rushing. And then the Packers have a good defensive system, but none of those 8 defensive lines between the AFC East and AFC North are anything to write home about. So Kyren should do good against them. I imagine the Rams will be playing down a lot because they lost the greatest defensive player to ever touch their franchise. Um, the greatest player to ever touch their franchise in Aaron Donald. So I don't know how you come back from that. As well as they also lost their offensive assistant that helped their offense. He's off to Atlanta along with their defensive coordinator. So I don't know. I just don't know how you recover from losing your defensive coordinator, losing your greatest player to ever touch your franchise, and losing offensive assistant. So I imagine Kyren is going to be used a lot because the Rams are going to need him. They do not have. Where are they at? They also don't have the greatest depth chart behind him either. They have Blake Corum, who they just drafted, but he's a rookie. Um, he's kind of built like him, which is pretty funny. And then they have Ronnie Rivers, which has 150 yards in the league. So he's also not gonna, be great. Kyren should get all the snaps. He should be used. Also, this is kind of ridiculous. He was the 7th ranked running back last year, and he missed 5 games. That is absolutely insane. So, Kyren, he was ESPN's 7th ranked running back too, just like how I predicted, and then Fantasy Pros 8. So, Kyren should be primed for another good year. It was just absolutely crazy. And what's even more wild about Kyren, I mean, the more I look at this, the more it's insane. But he wasn't even getting targets in the he wasn't even getting catches to boost him. I mean, he got 6, but it's not like this is manufactured random success. This is just him absolutely demolishing Washington, putting up 100 yards on the Saints defense and like completely demoralizing them because they needed to get a win in week 16 to make the playoffs. Baltimore, he dropped 100 yards on them. Baltimore was the best team in the league last year, the best defense. He dropped 114 yards on them. Arizona, 143 yards on them. He absolutely gashed them up, and that is going against a team that, also has to play McCaffrey 2 times. So they're used to playing somebody very fast and very elusive. So they couldn't stop him either. Arizona again also got dropped 158 yards on their head. Who else? Colts. He put up 100 on them. And then here, he kind of split snaps and, his role wasn't completely defined yet. But Kyren Williams, this dude was absolutely insane. 12 touchdowns. Anyways, that is my 7th ranked running back. Number 8. Is this man too low? Most likely. This is my number 8 ranked running back for the fantasy football ranked running back for the 2024 season. Let's go over it. So, he had 1,000 yards last year and 11 touchdowns. Not the best stats. Less than 4 yards a carry, which was also Najee Harris's year too. He had 4 yards a carry. So, is this man the new Najee Harris? No, he's not. He's still very talented. He still has a good system around him, a good coach coaching him. And Jacksonville massively improved their receiver room. They lost Calvin Ridley, but they also gained Brian Thomas Jr., which is a first-round pick, Gabe Davis. Who else they got? They got somebody else. They got Kirk coming back. He got lost in the. He got injured last year, so He didn't get to finish a year with them to help Etienne finish out. But Etienne, he was a number 3 ranked last year. Etienne, ESPN has him as their 10th ranked running back this year. FantasyPros.com has him as their 7th. I have him as my 8th. What else do we got to say about Etienne? What do we got? He's in the exact same situation as Jonathan Taylor, actually. He plays the AFC East and then NFC North, 2 divisions that have nothing to, write home about. Defensive line wise, definitely not some of the best defensive lines in the league. The Jets have a good system for it, and the Lions have a good pass rush, but good defensive lines, good systems, good teams, but definitely has the benefit of the doubt in his schedule. So that is why he's probably going to replicate some success. He also had 58 catches last year. This is on a team that is, demolished. Ridley was hurt for a good amount. Kirk was hurt, and Evan Ingram was hurt. So, and Trevor Lawrence was hurt. Actually, he sprained his leg or broke his foot, something like that. So Etienne's entire team around him was hurt, gone, and they took a step back anyways from the offseason prior. So, Etienne's still having 1,000 yards and 58 catches on a team that, heavily struggled to stay healthy. Pretty great on Etienne's part. He's in year 3, just as Breece Hall, so he should have another great year. I don't really have much to say about Etienne. Number 9 ranked running back in the 2024 fantasy football season is Mr. Devon Achane for me. He was the 13th ranked running back by ESPN and 9th by Fantasy Pros. He's my 10th. Let's look into why. Well, we have one reason why. 51 points and 200 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns, along with 4 catches for 30 yards and 2 more touchdowns. 4 touchdown day against the Broncos. We all know. We all remember that. But Achane is probably going to have a monster year. As we could see last year, the Dolphins know how to run the ball. They know how to get... they know how to build a system around running the ball. Mostert is like 30 years old, and he had a monster year last year. And he's never had a year like that before. So the Dolphins obviously have a good system. They also have Hill, Tua, Jalen Waddle. They have a defense that is probably going to be looking up because they got dismantled by injuries last year. So derailed. What else do we have to say about Achane? Oh, yeah. Also, 8 yards a carry. That is absolutely insane. The system thing I just said is literally proved by that. 108 yards a carry. The highest yards per carry is held by, in league history, is held by Jamal Charles. And that is 5.5. And that's over his entire career. So, if Achane keeps this 8 yards a carry up, then he'll, have the highest yards per carry ever by a lot. What else we got? 27 catches. He just had a dominant rookie season. I mean, as a rookie running back that wasn't drafted in the first round, this is a really good year. It's a 3rd round pick to have 2,000 yards and 8 yards a carry. It's really good really good year for them. Who do they play? They play the AFC South and NFC West. So, NFC West, let's look at it. The Rams are going to take a step back. Their defenses completely, their defensive line. So, a change should do good against the Rams, you'd imagine. The Cardinals have a good defensive head coach, and coordinators and system, but they do not have very much talent on that side of the ball, especially to stop a chain in the Dolphins defense or Dolphins offense. Dolphins had the number one ranked offense last year, and I think the year prior too. So, Cardinals. The Cardinals don't have much talent at all on the defensive side of the ball. So the Rams are going to take a step back defensively. The Cardinals are not talented defensively. Who do we got? Who else? We got the Seahawks. They have a new head coach who's probably going to experience some growing pains. People are calling him the mini Belichick, the Seahawks' new head coach, but it is his first year, so it's not like these are homegrown players that have developed into the system that he has built, because all of the players that would be like that would be rookies. These are all players that are vets that have just been on the Seahawks or were just signed recently. So none of the players on the Seahawks defense have been molded into the system that head coach is looking for. So they are probably not going to have a great rushing defense either, especially for a chain or overall defense. I mean, they will. They definitely will. I mean, if you're called the mini Belichick, then you're obviously going to have a good system in place. But still a very inexperienced team compared to others. Then you have the 49ers. They were the number one team in the NFC last year, but their defense also will be different because they have a new defensive coordinator as well. So the entire NFC West is not going to be set up to stop like somebody like a chain or somebody like the Dolphins. This is why the Dolphins are probably going to be one of the best teams in the league. What do we got? Hey Jake, what's up, dude? First chat of the night. So hey, got a few questions. All right, hold on. Let me finish the rest of this chain, and then I will answer that for sure. But thank you for asking. So they play the NFC West. That is not going to be a good division to stop a chain. The AFC South is also kind of the same. The Tennessee has a new head coach, new defensive coordinator. Texans, they should be good. They should be good to stop the Dolphins, but I don't think their defensive line was that great. Who else we got? Two more, and then I'll answer that. The Colts. No, you're good. I'm just trying to film for I'm gonna cut these up into shorts, but no, you're good. No, I appreciate you asking. Who else we got? The Colts. Their defensive line was atrocious last year. Zamir White dropped 100 yards on them at home, and that was his third game that he was actually the first string back. So, also they had Aiden O'Connell, who was playing terrible at the time. So, the Colts defense will probably be better, but to stop a chain is also going to be a hard task. And then, who else we got in the division? The Jaguars. They have a good defensive line too. So, of the 8 teams, the 2 different divisions he plays, probably only 2 or 3 are going to be, up to the task to stop the Dolphins. But that is why he's my 9th ranked running back. All right. So, I would not want to risk my 2 to 3 pick with the chain. If he gets injured, would you choose him, Cook, or Kamara? So, just based off this, I have Cook as my 12 and Kamara as my 15. Chain is 9, so ranking wise, I would say yes. But a chain, he just has a amazing system built around him for it. Um, 8 yards per carry. Um, he was and like this, he was playing against pretty good defenses too. The Giants had a decently respectable defense, but he dropped 150 yards on them. Um, he dropped 100 on Baltimore and Buffalo and Denver. So as far as safety wise, um, I would say Cook is your best bet because um, the Bills are going to need him and they're going to have to run him. So Cook is definitely the safe pick. I get you there. Let's look at his depth chart. I'm pretty sure the Bills, they also fell off. Like their offense definitely took a step back as far as roster wise. Where's his depth chart at? Yeah, they have a rookie in Ray Davis who is a fourth round pick. Um, so he'll be competing with him and Ty Johnson, who has been a journeyman running back and has 1,000 yards. So James Cook is that guy in Buffalo. So it really comes down to what line you like. Do you like the Dolphins line, or do you like the Bills line? Um, I'm only ranking a chain above Cook because he has a better system around him. He has better players around him, um, and he's showed more uh, than Cook has. I'm pretty sure Cook is in his third year this year, and his rookie year he didn't do much either. He had 500 yards, so Cook is definitely going to be getting, yeah, I would say 200 to 250 carries just because the Bills are going to need him to take pressure off their team. But a chain, I would not be shocked if a chain um, in next year's fantasy draft is like a top 10 dude just because he had such a good year. Um, and this is all potential wise. Like James Cook could be this year's ETN. He could be the number three, and have a bunch of catches, bunch of rushes, bunch of yards, and like be on a team that is very inexperienced. You know, trying to figure out who they are and their identity, and like this could be James Cook next year for sure. But a chain has potential to do crazy stuff. I think he's like the fastest running back in the whole league, so definitely pick a chain. Kamara, um, I watched a video a couple weeks ago about Kamara, or a couple days ago about Kamara. Not about Kamara, but it was somebody ranking all the teams, and he said that the Saints were going to be terrible this year. I'm like, this does not make sense. Their defense is literally like the best in their division, like by far. The Saints' defense is, and their head coach has been there the longest in the division too, other than Todd Bowles. So I'm like, this does not make sense. Why do you have the Saints like being this bad and being worse than the Panthers? Like, what is going on? And he said that their offensive line is terrible. He said that only their center had like a PFF grade above 60 or whatever. So I don't really tune into the PFF numbers, mostly because I don't want to spend money on, looking at PFF reports, because a lot of the time it's not even accurate. But Kamara is just going to have a tough time getting rushing lanes, and I think everybody kind of knows that. Um, I think Carr is gonna have a a lot better year along with Olave, and I think the Saints are going to win the division or at least make the playoffs. And if they don't, they're firing Dennis Allen. But Kamara will definitely struggle too, and you kind of saw it last year too. He also lost his right tackle as well, but like 4 yards a carry. It's true. I'm just worried about his safety from week to week. Also, what's the deal with the Texans running back receiver situation? Yes, dude. Me and my brother talk about this all the time with the Texans. It is absolutely insane that they have three receivers, a quarterback, and a running back all in the top 60. Five players in the top 60. What is that? 8%. I wonder what the fraction is. Anyways, doesn't matter. Yes. So, each team, if you think about it, should have two players in the top 60 because there's 32 teams. So if you did it evenly, each team should have two players. They have five. That is insane. I was talking to my brother about this. What kind of year are we expecting out of the Texans? In order to pick somebody top 60, you would want them to at least, have 10, 5 catches, 10 catches and 60 yards. That's 16 points. That's kind of what you're wanting out of a top 60 player. So like it's insane. Like what kind of offense are we expecting out of the Texans? Are they just going to have 7,000 yards so that all these players like match their fantasy football ranking? It doesn't make sense to me. So and then they also have Damian Pierce too. Like I don't know. I'm going to stay away from the Texans. Other than Stroud and Tank Dell. I had Tank Dell last year. Every time I see that dude play, I like get this feeling. I'm like, this dude is gonna be a top 5 player in the league. Like, this literally looks like a Monra like as a rookie. And I mean, you kind of saw it in the preseason too. Tank Dell had like a 40-yard crazy touchdown too. You see this highlight, Jake? Hold up. This highlight was insane. In the preseason. Yeah. You guys see this one? Catches it in zone, breaks that tackle, jukes that dude, and he's in. Like, this is in preseason too, and this is like a really good defense. Like, the Steelers have a very good secondary. He just carved them up. I thought that was cool. I also like Tank Dell not only because of what I've seen from him, but also he's been CJ Stroud's guy. So Higgins and Cook over Mixon and Dell, my mock. Yeah. Okay. This is also opinion too, but Diggs being there, I think they traded for Diggs because it's strange because they knew he was a locker room issue, and they traded for him anyways with the second round pick, which is a high amount of draft capital. And then he had 2 or 3 years left on his contract, and they changed his contract, which is the first time I've ever seen this, to a 1 year. They restructured him. So I'm sure that was part of the negotiating they were doing with the Bills, they were like, we'll trade for him, we'll give you a second, but he has to agree to only 1 year. So I don't think they're expecting to sign him back this year because, like, are you going to give him $50 million a year? And, like, you could have just had him, you could have just left him on the contract he was on and just let him finish it out. Like, he was going to be happy with that. So, um, I think they traded for Diggs, not to be contenders, like to go all in this year, but also to train up Tank Dell and Nico and their other dude too. I forgot. Who's the Texans' third string? Noah Brown. I think that was their. I think that was their reasoning for trading for Diggs because Diggs has 10,000 yards in his career, and why not trade for Diggs and then have him train up Tank Dell, who you think is going to be like one of the top players in the league, and trade up Nico Collins as well. He was a third-round pick, but that can only help by having Diggs around for a year, like helping Dell and Nico and Noah, and they got another dude in there too, and then they have they have C.J. Stroud too, so why not get a veteran for 1 year to teach Tank Dell and Nico Collins, who are looking to be like two of the best receivers in the league in the next 5 years. Why not bring Diggs in? So I think that was kind of the situation with the Texans to go for it this year for sure because their roster is very good right now. They can definitely go for it. They have their play calling right, but also to train up their dudes. So I'm definitely staying away from Nico. That type of production does not duplicate. You don't see that type of production again. Let's just look at Nico in case you brought him up. He had 1,300 yards on 80 catches. Like that is almost that's like 16 yards a catch. So that type of production usually doesn't duplicate. Like he might still get that amount of yards, but he's gonna have to get 30 more catches to get there. It's kind of the same situation with Chase in his rookie year. He had 15 yards a catch too in his rookie year, and then it just kind of. I mean, injuries derailed him too, but his yards per catch went down. So if his catches can go up, Nico will be good. But I don't know. There's just too many bodies in that room. I'm not touching Mixon. I'm not touching Dell, or I'm not touching Diggs, and I'm definitely not touching Nico Collins for sure. Stroud, I think will be pretty good for a top 60 pick. I've usually picked him, but that's just because the talent pool drops off so hard. After Stroud, you have like Jordan Love and I don't know. Not anybody that was as talented as Stroud or as like in high regards as Stroud. Jordan Love is cool, but yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. And Mixon could be good, and for to justify picking any three of those receivers in the top 60, you're looking for 10 catches a game. So if you divide it out and give them each 10 catches a game, that's 30 catches for those receivers. Like that, most quarterbacks don't even, complete 30 passes in a game. So, yeah, like I cannot justify picking any of those dudes. Injury wise, or game wise, they might have a good game or like might have a good season because injury, but Texans are weird. And Texans are weird too because they play some difficult teams. Like Tennessee got extremely better on the defensive side of the ball, and it's Will Levis's second year. Um, Jacksonville is going to probably have a similar defense. The Dolphins' defense is going to look up. The Jets' defense is going to look up because their offense is going to be good. So the Texans also play like pretty difficult defenses passing wise. So yeah, Daniels is good. I've seen Commanders fans say their offensive line is just so terrible. So talent wise, yeah, definitely one of the most talented people. Um, but offensive line wise, I do not think. Obviously, Daniels isn't going to have as bad of a year as Lawrence, but it's kind of a similar situation. Like going to a team that was the worst in the league, and not having the offensive line to protect them. Like he's not gonna have 17 picks, but he could struggle. Talent wise, Jaden Daniels is like the second coming of Joe Burrow, but and that's kind of a similar situation too. Like I don't think Burrow did great as a rookie either. Didn't he get injured? Yeah, he ended up getting injured and not even. Yeah. So Daniels is kind of in the same situation as rookie Lawrence, as rookie Joe Burrow, who both had, very bad years and not by their own fault. Like they're both very talented quarterbacks, but they just didn't have a team around them and they didn't have an offensive line around them. So that's the only knocks on Jaden Daniels. Definitely very talented, and definitely, this is messed up, but definitely worth a top 100 pick too, just because of talent wise. So, these 1 through 9 ranked guys are in a tier, and the tier is building off last year's success. So, all of these guys were extremely successful. And they're just gonna, be building. They had great years last year. All 9 of these dudes had fantastic years last year. And if they can replicate what they had last year, then they're gonna be safe top 10 picks. Yeah, Cardinals also have a bad line. This is true. And it's also why I don't pick Kyler Murray either. But Cardinals. Don't I think people like Kyler Murray though because why do they? Because he did so good when he did play, when he wasn't injured. 20 points. Oh, man. I mean, he played good defenses, though. Don't get me wrong. Like, Atlanta had a good defense. Houston had a good defense. The Rams had its highlights. Pittsburgh had a good defense. 49ers did. These last 3 weeks, nothing to write home about defensive-wise, but oh, you're good, dude. This is more the reason I hopped on here to talk about football and hear others' opinions. But Murray also has a good roster around him. Like finally, Michael Wilson, um, they were kind of pushing him into a um, Michael Pittman role, and then they got Marvin Harrison Jr., who, if you think about Marvin Harrison Jr. like this, I think it kind of gives more insight about it. You have three quarterbacks who teams drafted thinking that's their franchise guy, like this is the best quarterback we're going to get, and May, Daniels, and Caleb Williams. And then after those three franchise quarterbacks that these three teams thought like were their guy, Marvin Harrison was next. So really, Marvin Harrison Jr. was the um, highest ranked prospect in the entire draft. Like take the three franchise quarterbacks out, like three guaranteed franchise quarterbacks. At least like that's what these teams are thinking. Marvin Harrison Jr. is that guy. So I mean, when Kyler Murray gets somebody like that, like you either have hurt Marquise Brown, who got hurt in the first catch of the preseason, or you have Marvin Harrison Jr., who is like, who's he even comparable to? Jamar Chase? Like, who has been drafted this high? So, now, and feel free to ask any more questions too, dude. Definitely don't mind you being in here. I was just yapping too, honestly. It's all like up here. Anyways, this next tier ranks 10 through 19. These are just as talented as the top 9 guys, but matchups playoffs could be difficult for them. So, yeah, feel free to ask anything, Jake, for real. Derrick Henry is my number 10 ranked fantasy football running back for the 2024 football season. ESPN ranked him as the 9th. FantasyPros.com ranked him as the 12th. He is my 10th. So, why is he the 10th? Well, Derrick Henry was my second round pick last year, so I watched a lot of Tennessee games, and they didn't have a good line. Like, that's definite, but dude did not look like he has before. So that is kind of what I'm basing it off of. As well as the Ravens don't have a great offensive line either. Like Dave Lamar Jackson, who is, used to carrying, but you have this guy who I watched a good amount of film on in Tennessee, and sorry. And he didn't look the same. It's sad, and like I hope I'm wrong on this because I love Derrick Henry, and I think everybody does. I mean, if you have like NFL analysts and like people paid by the NFL calling you King Henry on the on the sideline and in the booth, like you're paying millionaires to talk about the game, and they're calling this guy King Henry. Like obviously everybody loves him and respects him, and so do I. But he just kind of looked like he lost his step, which is sad, and I hope I'm wrong about that. But he also had like 280 carries, which is a lot. Let's look at and he's used to that amount of carries, but 4.2, what is that? It's tied for his worst in his career. He also kind of struggled to find the end zone a bit, but that was also the Tennessee line. So hopefully Derrick Henry is, he he also just did not do good in the fantasy football playoffs either. He had 5 in the wild card and 4 in the championship. So unless this guy is getting a touchdown, which this Seahawks touchdown was also a throwing touchdown from Derrick Henry. So you take that fluke out, and he really only has a 14-point game. So in the final 3 weeks of the season, when you need him most, Derrick Henry had 24 points, 8 yards a carry, 8 yards a game. Like, if you're playing Derrick Henry in those last 3 weeks of your fantasy season, like, it is just not going to be like you weren't winning that in 2023. Like, you were getting knocked out of the playoffs. I'm sorry. Like, you're going against Jerome Ford, and he's outplaying your guy Derrick Henry, King Henry. So that is why he is in this tier as well, as talented as everybody else. But matchups and playoffs could be hard. The playoffs were hard for him, and the Ravens are also a matchup kind of team. You see games with Lamar Jackson absolutely destroying teams that he shouldn't, and I think that's why everybody likes Lamar Jackson. But then you see games where just doesn't play well. Like, he gets pushed into passing more. The Ravens kind of try other stuff out. So this is all it's all kind of stacked up against Henry, and he's going to be a great red zone threat. You don't want to see Lamar Jackson doing an RPO with Derrick Henry. Like, it's not going to work out for you. But overall, I don't think he's going to have as great of a year as everybody else is saying. Also, the Ravens are going to fall off. Like, they're going to make the playoffs, I imagine, but I don't see them winning the division. They have a more difficult division than the Bengals. I feel like the Bengals are going to win the division, or the Browns. Less likely the Browns, and probably more likely the Ravens over the Browns. But the Ravens lost their defensive coordinator to the Seahawks. They probably should have this is crazy, they probably should have canned John Harbaugh and put that guy in as their head coach, because people were calling him mini Belichick, and his defense shut down Mahomes in the playoffs. He did what Sean McDermott couldn't do. He did what what's his name, Steve Wilkes couldn't do in the Super Bowl. And I mean, Vic Fangio did good with the Dolphins at stopping Mahomes, but that was in like 20-degree weather, and the Ravens absolutely shut down the Chiefs in the playoffs. The Chiefs had 2 touchdowns in the first 2 drives, and then they had a field goal like after that for the rest of the game. So the Ravens are going to fall back quite a bit. They're not going to win the conference again. Like, it sucks to say it. So Derrick Henry is going to a team that isn't as good as everybody else is saying too. The Ravens aren't going to have all these 3 and outs, and they're getting the ball, and they're like, all right, here you go, Derrick Henry. Here's what you were used to last year with the 20 carries. Obviously, if he can get that, he's going to be good. But that is kind of why I have him as my 10th ranked running back. They also play the NFC East, which is the Cowboys, Commanders, Eagles, and Giants, and all of them have respectable rushing defenses too, and defensive systems. So he's also not playing a great division in the NFC. The Browns have a very good rushing defense and passing defense, so that's going to be tough as well. The Bengals are healthy again, so that's tough. They were last year. People seem to forget this. They were projected as one of the as a 1 seed. The Bengals were supposed to be that team, and their defense looks legit. If you look at their entire roster on defense, they look very legit. And then the Steelers too also have a good defense. So Derrick Henry has a a lot more difficult division he's playing, a lot a lot more difficult NFC division he's playing, and then he's also playing the AFC West. The Chiefs have always stopped Derrick Henry, but he plays in Week 1, so it doesn't really matter. And then the Raiders, Broncos, and Chargers, nobody really cares about their defenses, so he should have good. He should do good against them, and that is kind of why he's ranked 10 for me. It's going to be a matchup thing with Derrick Henry. If he has a good matchup and the Ravens have a good system and their defense can, get some stops that game, he'll do good. What do you think about Chubb this season? Oh, is Chubb even ranked on here? Okay, he is. Chubb. I don't know, man. That injury was pretty gruesome. That kind of stuff, like, I don't like it. So I didn't see his injury, but it seems like it's gonna be hard to come back. I think the Browns are gonna take a little bit of a step back, which is kind of bad for Chubb. I don't know, dude. Where's Ford at? I think Ford isn't gonna give his spot up. He was a rookie last year, and no, he wasn't. Year 2 for him last year, but he had 44 catches last year, which was crazy. And then, and thank you for the sub. If you sub too, my alerts aren't working. Let's pull his highlights up. Oh man. Oh wait. Like, this dude is fast. He's faster than Chubb. So that is kind of like how I'm looking at it. Ford has had more catches than Chubb has ever had, and he had that last year. And he's also faster than Chubb, especially after the injury. So I don't look at that. Ford doesn't have the greatest ball carrier vision, but he's fast. He's fast. He breaking that out on Wallace. Wallace is fast, and he just outran Minkah. I mean, Minkah kind of ran him down, but so I have no issue with Chubb. Oh, you can even see it, man. Why? Why did it do that? All right, sorry. Here we go. So I don't have an issue with Chubb. I just think Ford is, not going to give that spot up. Look at this. He doesn't have the greatest vision, but bam, he just breaks that out. So, and then he's outracing Wallace, outrunning him, running faster than him, and then he outruns Minkah too to get the touchdown. Can you see it now? Yeah, there we go. Ford is fast. So, kind of the thing with Chubb, just as talented, still, one of the smartest running backs in the league, one of the most talented, Chubb is. But Ford took the starting job, and he helped launch the Browns to the playoffs with it, just because he's so fast, he's so elusive, and oh, wow. That's crazy. YouTube detected that. In the 20 seconds I just played that. So, I don't it's not a knock against Ford, it's more Chubb. It's more Ford probably not. Ford probably isn't going to give the starting job out. So also with Chubb, one other thing, and then I'll move on. Here, we can pull stats up too. Chubb has never been the catches type of guy. I mean, his highest was 36, and then he never broke 30. And obviously, that's the kind of system the Browns like to run too, because Ford, what do you have? Yeah, 44 catches. So he had more than Chubb ever did, and he has more speed than Chubb. But Chubb is also one of the fastest, and Chubb Chubb isn't one of the fastest. Um, Chubb is one of the smartest running backs in the league, and then he also has the best vision too. So if Chubb passed that knowledge down to Ford, which it kind of seems like he did, just because Ford did so well, um, and uh, Chubb seems like a selfless guy. I think if Ford can take a lot of the tangibilities that Chubb has and kind of like use that knowledge, then I think he's going to be a real menace. So Chubb is obviously going to be better in between the tackles, like seeing the spots and like making it to the spots, but like health wise and physically, he's not as talented as Ford. So that's the kind of I personally wouldn't pick Chubb there in like the 110s or 120s. I'd personally pick Ford. Also like Marshawn Lloyd. I mean, he's been hurt, but the Packers have a very good line. I'm a Chiefs fan, and the Packers and the Lions. The Packers beat the Chiefs the worst like out of last year. Like everybody talks about the Raiders game on Christmas and like, oh my gosh, the Chiefs look like crap. But the Packers, like, if you watch that game on primetime, they beat the crap out of them. Like, their offensive line manhandled the Chiefs, and the Chiefs have a good line. Like, we didn't see Chris Jones like we normally do, or George Karlaftis, or any of that defensive line. So, um, yeah. Packers have a very good line. That's why I like Josh Jacobs a lot. I have him ranked over Mixon here, and Kamara, and Walker, and White, which I think he's under all of those dudes, but Walker. So, just because the Packers line is that legit, that's why I like Josh Jacobs. And then I also have Marshawn Lloyd ranked pretty well too. Just because their offensive line is just so freaking dominant, and their uh, their draft picks from last year were just so good too. I mean, Jaden Reed looks like a beast. Um, who's they got? Dontavian Wicks looks like a beast. Christian Watson was a first round pick and just hasn't been able to stay healthy. He's like he could be an X factor. He's a true X receiver. And then they had Romeo Dobbs too. So they have a perfect system. They have a very like one of the best lines I saw last year personally. One of the best offensive lines, and great surrounding. So um, Jacobs and Achane are kind of in the same situation. They have good matchups, good coaches, good surrounding players, good offensive lines, good quarterbacks. Obviously, the Packers aren't as good, but the Packers also play two of the worst divisions defensively, too. So, Lions running backs are going to be nice. The Packers running backs are going to be nice because the Vikings and Bears running backs or defenses are terrible. Like Eberflus is probably going to get fired if he doesn't make the playoffs this year. Like have a respectable team out there, and their defensive line was one of the worst I saw. So the Lions get the benefit of the doubt, and the Packers get the benefit of the doubt when they play the Bears line, and when they play the Vikings line. Vikings have a good defensive coordinator, but their defensive line is not good. So that is why I have Gibbs ranked as my 5th ranked, Jacobs as my 13th ranked, and I have the Lions backup running back on here too, as well as the Packers backup running back on here. And I have Swift ranked as 18 because the NFC North is just in a perfect storm to have amazing running back seasons this year. So anyways, that was a random tangent. Would I take a Chain or Jones? Jones. Who? Jones who? Aaron Jones? Dude, I'm telling you, the I base a lot of my stuff off how teams play the Chiefs, and the Bears looked like a college team. Like their defensive line got manhandled so badly that they didn't have a chance from the start. Like you can put that on Fields, like he didn't play good either, but it's kind of hard to play good against Spags, unless you have a good system. So the Bears line was awful, absolutely awful, and that's why the Packers beat down on them every time they play them, and that's why the Lions ran it on them both times when they played them, because their defensive lines are just so terrible. And if you look at the Bears roster, they did not get much better. They got Montez Sweat. He's a great pass rusher and a pretty good pretty good against the run too, but the Bears have a very similar team from last year as well. So it's like, what are we expecting out of the Bears defense to, turn it around and carry them? Because the offense is going to struggle a bit. So, and the Bears are also training a Dunze up by trading for Keenan Allen. Like, Bears, the Lions and Packers are just going to do good. Running backs are just going to do good because they play the Bears. And that's kind of why I'm looking at Marshawn Lloyd too. He was my favorite. He's my favorite player I watched. Running back I watched out of the draft. Like he looks so good. He kind of looks like Josh Jacobs, but if Jacobs gets hurt, which he has in the past, or the Packers want to keep Josh Jacobs healthy, but they're still trying to win the division and win the conference, and they're gonna play Lloyd out, and they just have such a great line, and the Bears have such a bad line. Who else? The Vikings have such a bad line. They have a good system, but they have a bad defensive line that also never looks good against the Packers. Who else? They play the where am I at? And then they play the NFC West, which is the Rams, who lost their defensive coordinator, and Aaron Donald, the best player to ever touch that entire franchise over the last 30 years. In franchise history, the best defensive tackle, also the best generational talent in the last 10 years. So all these people saying, oh man, Rams are going to make the playoffs again. They're going to be a real threat to make the playoffs. how do you come back from losing your defensive coordinator that you've had for 6 years? Like, all of the players in that system by this point are homegrown talent that he's trained to mold into the system, and like they've had a respectable defense too. Like, nothing to write home about, but how do you come back from that? And then you lose the greatest defensive tackle like we've seen in I don't even know, like, since Vince Wilfork, like, who has been another great defensive tackle since Aaron Donald. So, I mean, the Packers and Lions both play them, along with the Bears and the Vikings. So, all of them are set up to do good. Who else does NFC West? Oh yeah, and then what we talked about, the Cardinals, not good. Cardinals defense is not good. 49ers, brand new defensive coordinator. Um, who else we got? And Seahawks, yeah, brand new coach. Like, the NFC North is just so set. If the Bears' offensive line is good too, like, they're going to be just as good. Like, Swift is going to be just as good as the Packers running backs and the Lions running backs. Same thing with the Vikings. If they have a respectable line, and I have him ranked here, I also have two Vikings running backs on this because their matchups are just that good. NFC West is a terrible rushing defensive division, and then you have the AFC South, which is, pretty much in shambles at this point. You have a brand new coach in Tennessee. You have the Colts, which had the worst defense in the league last year, one of the worst. And then, the Texans that didn't get that much better this offseason on the defensive side of the ball. And then the Jaguars, who, you can talk about their line all they want and, how good the Jaguars' defense have looked. But the 49ers, if I remember right, dropped, almost 50 points on them. Like, McCaffrey was, trying to get off the field and, So, you can talk about the Jaguars line all you want and their defense and, how good they looked last year, but when you get 40 put on you by the Niners, you're obviously not all that good. So, NFC North is matchup wise, has the best schedule for running backs. So that is why I have Gibbs ranked higher than he normally is. Barkley's normally ranked higher than him. And that's why I have Josh Jacobs ranked above White and Mixon, because he has such a good schedule. Personally, not a fan of Aaron Jones, but he's ranked similarly to how he is. Who else? Ty Chandler. That's why I have him ranked so high, because of the matchup thing. He looked good in the preseason. He also looked good last year. So that is why I have Ty Chandler ranked above guys like Eckler and Gus Edwards and Blake Corum and Devin Singletary, just because of the matchups. That is also why I have Swift ranked above all of these other guys, above White and Brooks and Stevenson and Aaron Jones. NFC North running backs are schedule, anything can happen. But schedule-wise, NFC North running backs are set. All right. Anyways, let's move on. So, my 11th ranked running back for the fantasy football season, my 11th ranked running back for the 2024 fantasy football season is Isaiah Pacheco. Let's look into why. He is 15th ranked last year. And he had a very good year for a running back. Chiefs offense is going to be a lot better this year. They can't be. Chiefs offense had defenses picked on the Chiefs offense quite a bit because they could load the line a bit. They weren't. They almost dared the Chiefs receivers to go deep, and they just wouldn't do it. Tony couldn't go deep. Hardman couldn't go deep. Rice, it was like week 13 when Rice got a deep ball and went for 60 or something. And so the Chiefs have a respectable team built around Pacheco, so he will be looking up. It's also Pacheco's third season. If you watch any film on the dude, he's an absolute beast. He's one of the best running backs in the league. Talent-wise and scheme-wise, I would put Pacheco in the top 5, probably. Top 7 of running backs in the league in the year they're going to have. The only reason I have Pacheco ranked 11 and in this tier of just as talented, but matchups and playoffs could be hard, because if you look at Pacheco in the last 2 years, he was kind of held back in the fantasy football playoffs. I mean, against the Patriots, they sat him because they wanted him to stay healthy. Against the Raiders, he only had 11 carries, and against the Bengals, he had 18. So Andy Reid is notorious for load management. So that is kind of what I'm expecting with Pacheco, and that is why I have him ranked so low. I think if you're in a 16-man league or 18-man league, I think you're going to win a lot of games with him, and he's going to help you win a lot of games. But come playoffs time, it's not the best situation for Pacheco. Load management is very real with Andy Reid, and the Chiefs play 3 games in 10 days. That is absolutely unheard of in the NFL. They have a game 6 days after the Browns, then they play the Texans and Steelers. So, one of these games Pacheco is in, he's not going to get the ball. Especially with the Chiefs, most likely making the playoffs with some of these wins and some of these games. Why would you keep rushing Pacheco 25 times just as these other teams when you have a terrible division? You already won the division. You already made the playoffs. Why would you play this dude, rush the crap out of him 60, 70 times in these fantasy football playoffs and, when you already made the playoffs? Pacheco, he's only ranked as my 12th ranked running back or 11th ranked running back just because load management. 10 days is very rough, and he's not going to have the same production he has week 2, week 5, week 7 that he does in the last 4 weeks of the season. And he showed that this year, and he showed that last year. I wish I could, oh yeah, no. Oh, anyways. So yeah, that is why Pacheco is my 11th ranked. Not because of talent or anything like that. He's going to have a very big year. The depth chart, I'm not even going to go into it. He's got Clyde Edwards-Helaire. He's got some European dude called Luis Reese Zemit. He's never, played in the NFL. He's a rugby player. So you have Clyde, 3 yards per carry. Edwards-Helaire as the number 2 behind Pacheco, and you have Luis Reese Zemit, who's never played NFL in his entire life. He's never played football in his entire life until this year. He's their number 4. Who else do the Chiefs have? Who is their number 3? I can't even remember. Like, I've been looking at this stuff all off season. Like, who would? Oh yeah, they have a undrafted. They have a undrafted running back as their number 3, Deneric Prince, who is a rookie last year, and he didn't even play. So, competition wise, Pacheco's the number 1. Talent wise, he's going to be a top 5 talent in the league. He's going to win a lot of games in the regular season, but come playoffs, he's not going to win you your fantasy football league. Like, he's just not. They play 3 games in 10 days. Andy Reid is notorious for load management, especially with the playoffs coming around so soon. Like, maybe if you play 10 days, 3 games in 10 days, like early in the season, I could see Pacheco, doing good in that stretch. But with in the last 4 weeks of the season, like, Reid, especially with, Deneric Prince, who has not even touched the ball in the regular season, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who averages 3 yards a carry, and Luis Reese Zamit, who hasn't played NFL his entire life, like, he's just going to be like sitting Pacheco, and that is what you should expect out of Pacheco in the fantasy football playoffs. Is he going to win you, get you to the playoffs? I would definitely expect it, 100%. Like, this is the best team Mahomes has had. So I'd expect Pacheco to definitely be a very great running back, but playing him in the playoffs, and then he dropped 6 points because he only had 8 carries because Reid would rather win the Super Bowl than win you your fantasy football championship. Like, that's just kind of how it goes. Like, so I would not expect Pacheco to be a playoff winner, but definitely a league winner to help you out. My 12th ranked running back for the fantasy football season in 2024 is James Cook. Kind of went over this before, but the AFC East plays a lot of bad teams, bad defenses. I just need to cut up the NFC West, but we'll make it short. They play the NFC West. Rams lost their defensive coordinator, lost their greatest player that's ever touched their franchise, and the greatest player that's been in that entire division in the last 10 years. 49ers lost their defensive coordinator, new system, probably not going to be, great. So James Cook plays them. Who else we got? The Cardinals have one of the worst defensive rosters in the entire league. System-wise, pretty good, but roster-wise, pretty terrible. And then who do we got? Seahawks, who have a brand new head coach, brand new coordinators, brand new everything, brand new system. So don't expect them to be, a top 10 defense in the league and, stopping James Cook for 2 yards a carry. Like, also, James Cook, his depth chart, he has a rookie behind him, Ray Davis, and then a couple of journeyman running backs. So he doesn't have any competition in the backfield. Bills receiver core is also bad, so they're going to be relying on James Cook a lot more than they have, which is crazy because he had 240 carries. But also their offensive coordinator last year, as you can see, like he relied on the run to help Josh Allen out. You could see his production kind of, descend, and then they ended up the Bills ended up firing their offensive coordinator mid-season, which was insane. And then they bring this new guy in, and like he gets more catches than he was before. He gets more carries, and I think their coordinator is gonna continue to rely on James Cook, and the rookie's gonna steal some snaps. The journeyman dudes are too, but the Bills are in a fight or flight year, and they're definitely going to be fighting to making the playoffs all year. It's going to be a battle. And then matchup wise, they also play the AFC South, and that division's nothing to write home about either. Defensive wise, rushing defensive wise, so. Number 13th ranked running back for the 2024 fantasy football season is Josh Jacobs. So ESPN ranks him as the 16th. FantasyPros.com ranks him as a 14th. I have him as my 13th. Really, the only knock on James Cook or Josh Jacobs has been his health. He's a 28th ranked running back last year. Not only because the Raiders' offensive line was so terrible, but also, like, he couldn't stay healthy. Like, he had pretty good games when he was in there, but, he missed the entire fantasy playoffs. So, that's not good for somebody looking to pick him in their fantasy playoffs. So, that's really the only thing you could say about Josh Jacobs that is negative. And have it be true. He's in a perfect storm to have a good year this year. So if he can stay healthy, and the Packers can stay healthy, and Packers live up to what they are showing like they could be, as in like winning the division most likely, and also, fighting to winning the conference. Josh Jacobs is going to be in that fold. If you look at the top NFC teams, it's very top heavy. You have the Eagles, Lions, 49ers, and Packers. So the Packers can win their 2 division games against the Lions, then they beat them out. And then the 49ers, there's nowhere to go but down for the 49ers. Brock Purdy had the most efficient quarterback year by a mile. So are you gonna replicate and be the most efficient quarterback once again? Like, it's just probably not going to happen. Also, Ayuk is missing like training camp right now and missing time there. Their second string linebacker got hurt in the Super Bowl as well and tore his ACL. So their 49ers are just kind of fighting to keep it all together, and Packers can probably beat them out too. And then the Packers also play the Eagles in the start of the year. So if they win that, then like they get the tiebreaker over them. Packers are fighting for the number 1 seed in the NFC, and it all really comes down to health and their defense. But if you have somebody fighting to be top 3 in the conference, and you have their starting running back and he can stay healthy, like, why would you not want Josh Jacobs? So moving on, we've talked about him enough. Josh Jacobs, my 14th ranked running back for this fantasy football 2024 season is Joe Mixon. Now, Joe Mixon was the 11th ranked running back, ESPN. That's where they have ranked and 16th ranked by FantasyPros.com. He is my, what is he even ranked? 14th. He's my 14th ranked. Why is Joe Mixon ranked like this when he was the 6th ranked? Mostly, you know, there's a lot more questions in Houston than there are answers. They just brought in Diggs. They brought in Mixon. Mixon looked like he lost a step last year, but you know he still had a good year and he still had a great career. But why else is he ranked this low? What do we gotta say about him? He's already has an injury, so that's not good. He he had a pretty good fantasy playoffs show out. He had 15, 9, and 18. But I don't know. I don't really remember what I was gonna say about him. He had a lot of carries. Like he wasn't the most. He definitely wasn't efficient running the ball at all. 4 yards a carry. I think that's kind of why the Texans were fine with, not having him on their team anymore. The Bengals. And then only other thing with him is he had 52 catches last year. If you watch the Texans last year, they didn't really have great offensive system set up to pass the ball to the running back. So you'd imagine this number is going down. This number can probably stay the same, but the Houston rushing blocking wasn't that great either. So this is probably the ceiling for Joe Mixon's rushing touchdowns. And then, the catches are probably going to go down. So Mixon was healthy all year, too. Like, he just did not have as good of a year as he could have with being healthy all year and with having 257 carries and, 52 catches. He had the ball in his hands 300 times, and he only ended up with 1,400 yards. Like, that is kind of why people are knocking Mixon and, saying that he's not going to replicate 6th ranked year just because the Texans don't have the best scheme to, give this type of production to their running back. They have a good backup running back. They have a ton of people to throw the ball. Like, you got to split the ball up somehow. Like, is Noah Brown just not going to get the ball anymore? Is, Tank Dell or Nico Collins not going to get the ball anymore? Like, it's just going to be tough for Mixon. And where's this other guy at? Oh, all right. Anyways, we're moving on from Mixon. All right, moving to my 15th ranked running back for this is my 15th ranked running back for the 2024 fantasy football season. It is Alvin Kamara. Okay. So Kamara was the 15th projected running back from ESPN and the 13th ranked projected running back from fantasypros.com. Kamara rushed twice for 3 yards and did not draw a target. Wow. Man, he had a good year. So, to talk about Kamara, let's go over how I'm ranking these running backs. So I'm going off schedule, fantasy playoff impact, system, and surrounding team. So, surrounding team, Kamara had one of the worst ranked offensive lines in the entire league last year. Um, and it's only going to look worse because their right tackle, Ryan Ramczyk, is out for the season. So, they're like one of the best tackles in the league and best offensive lineman for the Saints is now gone. So they're gonna have rookies in there and inexperienced guys blocking for them. You also had 75 catches last year, which was one of the top in the league. So it's gonna be hard to replicate that amount of catches. He's always been a catching running back anyways, but catches really saved him because he had 4 yards a carry. Like, he's been on the worst line in the league. Carr couldn't stay healthy. He had some of the worst quarterback play in the league. So surrounding team is not going to be helping him out too much. I think the Saints' number 2 is Rashid Shaheed. So they got a good receiver, and that's about it on the Saints offensive line. Like, I think their tight end last year, he dropped like a game-winning touchdown against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So, just does not have a good team surrounding him. Kamara's still talented, but he's also getting up there in age. I think this is he's 29 years old. This is his 8th year. And he has Derek Carr throwing him the ball. So, offensively, Kamara's going to be struggling. And I think that's kind of the consensus with everybody, is that they know the Saints' offense is, not going to be great or even good, really. But their defense, and this is why he's 15th ranked, their defense is definitely took a step forward. They got Chase Young, they got Willie Gay, Kool-Aid McKinstry in the draft. They also have the longest standing coach in the division. The Panthers have a brand new coach, and then who are the other teams? Panthers, Bucks, and Falcons. They have a brand new coach too. So Saints are definitely primed to be a playoff team, just because they have the longevity at coach and in the locker room as their GM. Definitely are set up to be a playoff team, and that is kind of the allure with Kamara. If their offense can get it together and be good, then they will be a good team to have making the playoffs. Also have him ranked a little lower than he ended up last year because they play the NFC East, and they will have a lot of tough defenses in that division to play. As well as the AFC West, it's going to be playing the Chiefs and Raiders, who will have a pretty good defense too. So, overall, going to be tough for Kamara, but he can be a good player. I don't know with Kamara. I think the Saints are going to win the division, if not make the playoffs, but it's going to be tough for him. It's going to be an uphill battle every single game. Defense is going to, get stops and get him the ball, get him plays, but their offense is not doing Kamara any favors. All right. My 16th ranked running back for this 2024 fantasy football season is Kenneth Walker. one of the most up and coming and talented running backs in the league. Kenneth Walker is both ranked as a 17th prospect by ESPN and FantasyPros.com. What do we got on Walker? Walker is kind of in the same situation as Kamara. Very bad rated offensive line. And they also lost their guard to Carolina, their best guard. So definitely going to be tough to try and, improve on what they put out there last year. They also have Geno Smith as their quarterback, who, is the worst quarterback in that division. So Kenneth Walker is in the exact same situation as Kamara, and I think that is why they are ranked 16th and 17th by the consensus of fantasy rankings. He just does not have a surrounding team. He has good matchups, good divisions, good division to play in, and just like Kamara, he could be a top 5 guy. That is why he's in this tier of just as talented as the top 10 guys, but matchups in playoffs could be hard. Walker and Kamara can both be top 5, but is their team going to put it all together? Can the Seahawks rebound from losing Pete Carroll and having a brand new coach and brand new entire, identity going on? He also had some injuries. I mean, it's not too worrisome. He definitely played some good defenses, but he also, looking at this, he didn't even have that great of a year. I mean, for fantasy-wise. He had 30 against Carolina. Every time he played a good defense, he just did not do good. Like, the Rams had a good defensive line. He had 2. The Baltimore Ravens had the best defense in the league. He had 2. Cleveland had one of the best defenses in the league. He had 8. Arizona had one of the best coach defenses. He had 9. Tennessee has one of the best rushing defensive lines. He had 6. San Francisco had a pretty good defense. He had 9. So Walker, same boat as Kamara. Could be talented, could be good. He's just ranked not as high as these other guys just because of the surrounding team around him. Schedule's not an issue. Fantasy playoff impact is not an issue. I'm sure they're going to be using him. But just realistically, he just does not have the team built around him. But talent-wise, yes. All right. Man, we're only a third through this list. Okay. Rachaad White is in the same... Okay, let's just look at this, all right? Kamara down. Kamara, Walker, White, Swift, and Robinson Jr., and Zamir White, and Brooks, and Stevenson, and Aaron Jones. They're all in the same situation as bad surrounding teams. So that is why Rachaad White is my 17th ranked running back in the 2024 fantasy football season. ESPN projected him as a 14th ranked, and FantasyPros.com ranked him as the 11th. Rachaad White is just as talented as anybody else in the league, but okay, well that's a little bit of a stretch, but he's talented. Don't get me wrong, and he was the 4th ranked, so I might be crazy for ranking him as a 17th ranked prospect, but he had 300 and almost 50 touches in the season. The Bucks were 9-8 last year, so they relied on him to to get them to the playoffs and to win the division. But are they going to replicate that success? Is their new offensive coordinator going to rely on the running game as much as they did last year? There's just a lot of questions in Tampa Bay. They also have a aging roster, like 100%. Their quarterback, Baker Mayfield, is probably the worst in the division behind Kirk and Bryce Young. I mean, not currently, but like potential-wise, like for sure under Bryce Young. And then Derek Carr, I'd probably take Derek Carr over Baker Mayfield. So they have the worst quarterback situation in the league, an aging roster. The roster also hasn't gotten much better either. Like, I have not heard of, any draft picks or like, I haven't heard of any players coming out of Tampa Bay like recently that have been like homegrown. It's always, all the headlines have just been about, Jamal Dean and White and Vita Vea and Mike Evans and Godwin, Shaquille Barrett. Like, White is the only dude that has been homegrown recently, so I don't see the Bucs being great, and that is why I'm ranking Rachaad White as my 17th ranked running back. He had a lot of usage, and was the least efficient running back in the league. And the offensive coordinator that gave him all that usage is off to Carolina now. So, who is the new guy calling? We don't know. What is White's role going to look like? We don't know what is the Bucs' identity going to be like on both sides of the ball. We don't know. I'm sure they'll have a respectable defense still, but other than that, like, just chuck it up to Mike Evans, Team is bad. My 18th ranked running back for this 2024 fantasy football season is DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift. He's the 23rd ranked prospect by ESPN and the 22nd ranked running back prospect by FantasyPros.com. He is my 18th ranked. Why, you might ask? He had 1,000 plus yards, 4.6 yards per carry. His touchdowns was pretty terrible, and I think that's why his position rank, kind of faltered, because he was one of the more efficient running backs in the league, but he just could not find the end zone too much. So he's coming from the Eagles to the Bears. The Bears are in a pretty good situation right now with Caleb Williams. I mean, there was a preseason highlight just yesterday where Caleb Williams did a no-look dump off to DeAndre Swift, and he ran it 40 yards. So DeAndre Swift has a lot better situation than White or Kamara or some of these other guys, but it's going to be an uphill battle for the Bears, and their offensive line. There's not any new players added in there, so Swift is a very high upside running back too, I would say. Yeah, 42 yards. That's what I was talking about. Anyways, the Bears. What do we got about the Bears? What can we say about this Bears team? Not much. Swift is kind of in the same situation as Joe Mixon, very talented quarterback prospect, not the greatest line to help him get the rushing yards, and then a very stacked receiver room. So, how are the numbers going to be looking like? Only difference is the Texans are on an uphill while the Bears have been on a downhill. I mean, that's why they ended up with Caleb Williams, right? Because they're just that bad. And, Bears are going to be strange. They could be a playoff team, or they could be bad, and they could be firing their head coach. So, how Swift is risky. That's why he's a high upside running back too for me. That's why he's the 18th ranked. But I would definitely pick him over some of these other guys because as my 19th ranked, Brian Robinson Jr. Brian Robinson Jr., my 19th ranked prospect. Why is he 19th ranked? Well, his surrounding team is absolutely terrible. The Commanders also had one of the worst offensive lines in the league. You can go to any Commanders forum, any Commanders fan page, and ask their fans what they think about their offensive line. It is not good. Talent-wise, Brian Robinson Jr. is definitely up there as far as talented players. He can catch out of the backfield. He can get the rushing yards in, but yeah. What can we say? What can we say about Brian Robinson Jr.? If you look at his schedule, it is a very tough division. Cowboys, they're bringing back Trayvon Diggs. They're going to have him back. They have all the same defensive people back from last year, and they were like the number one ranked scoring defense, the Cowboys were. So they have the same defensive rosters, so I'd definitely be looking up to them. That will definitely be a tough matchup for Brian Robinson Jr. The Eagles have everybody back pretty much on the defense, and their defense was pretty terrible last year. So having Vic Fangio coming in, probably only were but looking up. The Dolphins had a pretty respectable defense last year, especially rushing wise. So I feel like that same intensity as the Dolphins defense last year is going to translate to the Eagles defense, especially because the Eagles' defensive line is better than the Dolphins' defensive line is, and Eagles linebackers are also better than the Dolphins linebackers were last year. So that's going to be a tough division to win in. And then the Giants, they have Kayvon Thibodeau and Brian Burns and who's the other guy too? They got Dexter Lawrence. Like, they have the most loaded defensive line in the division. So it's not like Brian Robinson Jr. has any guarantees in his division or in his matchups. Like, he's playing these teams 6 times a year. And you go up against Dexter Lawrence and Brian Burns on one side, and then you got Kayvon Thibodeau, and they got another linebacker in there too. They got them rushing the gap. So going to be tough. Going to be a tough division for them. Also play the going to be a tough year for the Commanders because they also play the AFC North, who have Myles Garrett and the Browns defense, and the Browns linebacker core, and the Browns secondary. Like, Browns have a stacked defense as well, especially in the linebacker room. Who else we got? We got the Ravens, who had the number one defense last year. They're going to fall down a bit, but, still not a good team to rush against, especially because they just signed Justin Madubuike. Who else we got? We got the Bengals. They're completely healthy. If you look at the Bengals' depth chart, their defense is absolutely stacked, especially on the defensive side of the ball. So, that's also a tough matchup for Brian Robinson Jr. Like, the cards are stacked up against this dude. To have a good year, every game he plays is going to be difficult to get yards. And, that's why he's in this tier of, talented as everybody else, but matchups and, fantasy playoffs are going to be difficult. Who else? You also have the Steelers defensive line, which has T.J. Watt and, Minka Fitzpatrick in the backfield. Just has a brutal schedule. And then the other division they play is the NFC South. Not as good. of a division, obviously, is the NFC East or AFC North. Uh, the Bucks have a pretty good line, and long-standing defensive coach who's coached in the league for like 10 plus years. Uh, in the Saints should be a good defense this year, but Brian Robinson Jr. is not going to have any. He's not going to have the matchups. He doesn't have the team surrounding him. Like, he doesn't have a true number one receiver that's going to be like taking the top off the defense and making teams play too safety high because they got to respect the receiver room. Like, he's just does not have a good roster around him, a good schedule. What else? How else do I rank these running backs? There's a questionable system, has a brand new offensive coordinator this year, doesn't have a good surrounding team, and people are just not expecting much out of him. But talent-wise, Brian Robinson Jr. definitely talented, very talented at catching and running, finding the gaps, but gonna be tough. Like, I would not have him as a running back 3 because we got him playing against the Cowboys or the Giants, or you have somebody that's playing against a lot easier team. Like, anyways, talked about him for way too long. Now, onto my new tier of running back rankings. 20 through 29 is the rookies and new teams / systems. So, Zamir White. I don't think he's not a rookie and he's not in a new system. But anyways, let's just go with them. Zamir White is my 20th ranked fantasy football running back in this upcoming season for 2024. ESPN also ranked him as their 20th ranked running back, and then FantasyPros.com ranked him as their 23rd. So why is Zamir White looking up? He only had 4 yards per carry, but the Raiders have a good roster no matter how you look at it. They have one of the best, if not the best, pass rusher in the league in Max Crosby. They have one of the most talented and smartest receivers in the league in Davante Adams. Is that all we can say about the Raiders? Anyways, their team's not great. Let's just say that. But the allure with the Raiders is that they have a head coach that is looking up, that players love, and Antonio Pierce could bring the Raiders to the playoffs. Why have White ranked this way? And I think he can do better as well. But why I have him ranked in the highest part of this tier is because of schedule. Raiders. Let's just pull it up. Let's just see what these Raiders schedule is looking like. Very bad. And they're going to be hot right off the bat. Trust me on that. They play at Chargers, at Ravens, who just lost their defensive coach. They play the Panthers, Browns, Broncos, Steelers, Rams. So the first 7 weeks, they play a lot of terrible teams. Like, these 4 teams are all terrible. So that is kind of the allure with Zamir White. Give me a second. That is kind of the allure with Zamir White. He has a very good schedule for a running back. In the playoffs too. I mean, he plays the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are probably going to be out of the playoffs by then. Then he plays the Falcons and Saints, who will probably be in the playoffs, but not by any means like the best teams in their conference, not even in the best four of their conference. So White, he will definitely be interesting in a risky one. But matchup wise, he he is good. He has a good schedule. He also had a very good end to the year. Uh, I mean, he was outperforming a lot of people in the playoffs here. Wild card for the fantasy football, he had 17. Conference championship, he had 14, and then championship, he has 15. So if you had Zamir White, like he was outperforming Derrick Henry at the time. Like who else was Zamir White outperforming here? He's outperforming a chain. He's outperforming Etienne for 2 out of 3 weeks. He was outperforming Barkley for 2 out of 3 weeks. I don't know why I clicked on him. I already knew he was outperforming Kyron. He's outperforming Jonathan Taylor in the last 3 weeks. Definitely not him. He's outperforming Bijan Robinson in the last 3 weeks. Like Zamir White had a very good into the season playoffs last year. So, and it's kind of the lure with him just because the Raiders, have a very easy division. They play the Chargers, who are at the worst they've ever been, and they play the Broncos, who are also at the worst that they've ever been. So, if you're rooting for somebody to take second place in the AFC West this year, it's probably going to be the Raiders. And White, he looked pretty good on tape too. So let's move on from him though. The next person in my rookies and new teams / systems ranking, my 21st ranked running back for the fantasy football 2024 season is Jonathan Brooks. So before I get into it, Brooks was the 21st ranked prospect by ESPN, and he was a 35th ranked prospect by FantasyPros.com. That seems a little disrespectful, but he's not even. He's ranked under a couple second string running backs, and he's the first string. So, okay, let's get into Brooks. Gonna be a weird one. He's a rookie. First of all, that's a bad thing. That's a knock on him. He's a rookie. He's on a rookie team. He's on with a rookie coach, second string quarterback. But basically, he still has rookie tendencies because Bryce Young wasn't drafted onto a good team. Rookie and Xavier Legette. Rookie offensive line. They got a Winsue or whatever his name is, right tackle or left tackle. He's super young. Their defense is super young. It wasn't last year, but they, traded Brian Burns away, and they traded the cornerback too for Deontay Johnson. So they don't have a very experienced team. But looking at the Panthers, let's look at Chuba Hubbard, who was a running back last year, incumbent running back last year. He had 900 yards on 240 carries, 40 catches. So his offensive line was not that good, but he got lots of reps. Brooks is kind of going to follow this same arc because the Panthers are going to be relying on the run quite a bit. Their head coach relied on the run last year as much as he possibly could at every point in the turn. Rachaad White got 280 carries almost, and 64 catches. So, if Brooks could even break half of that, like he's worth, being the 21st ranked running back. So, and I brought up, kind of messed that up, but I brought up Chuba Hubbard too because he performed decently well and got decently amount of yards and on a bad line, and the Panthers just, let's see, Panthers free agents. Panthers just upgraded the mother F out of their offensive line. They just gave Robert Hunt, okay. They just gave Robert Hunt $100 million for 5 years. So, $20 million a year for a guard. Then they gave Damian Lewis $53 million, to be their other guard. So they just upgraded both guards on their offensive line. They didn't really do much else. Like who is DJ Wanham? Dane Jackson. Man, they had a terrible free agency. Anyways. It's terrible. Anyways, they got the allure with Brooks and also with Chuba Hubbard is that they got a head coach that relies on the run a lot. They just upgraded both guard spots heavy investments. Their offensive line can only be better, and at the end of it, Chuba Hubbard also, did decently well with the terrible quarterback play and play calling that they had last year. So Brooks can stay healthy, and the Panthers can live up somewhat to their expectations. I would imagine Brooks will be a very good player, but he's also the highest picked running back in the draft. He came from Texas. Very, very talented running back. The Panthers even traded up for him too. So they're all in on this guy, and you could see why when you turn on the film. Like, he looked like the best running back in the draft, and that is why he's drafted as the best running back in the draft. So, but he would be ranked higher too, I feel like, because they're going to be relying on the run, just as I said. But you also have Chuba Hubbard, who's, a pretty good runner too. So he's going to be splitting snaps with Chuba, and I think that's going to mess with him a little bit, mess with his production and his overall ranking. And, he's also hurt right now too. ACL injury and then knee injury. So if Brooks can, live up to the potential, then he'll be good. Now, my 22nd ranked running back for the 2024 fantasy football season is Ramondre Stevenson. So, I'm going to be real honest. I did not know how to rank this dude. I watched a bit of film last year when I traded for him in the fantasy season, and it didn't work out for me. It's a very bad trade. But, he's had highlights. Like, I traded for him for a reason. Like, he's definitely talented. But this is why he's in this tier of rookies and new teams systems. He's in a brand new system. The Patriots just fired the greatest defensive play caller that, of the last 2 decades. So he's in a brand new system, brand new offense, which will probably help him. He is a rookie quarterback. He is a very new receiver room as well. Very young receiver room. What else do we got on Ramondre? It's just, how did ESPN rank him? 18th and 19th. So they think higher of him than I do. I have him as the 22nd. Personally, I don't see like ESPN and FantasyPros.com does that Stevenson is, you know, a almost top half running back in the league, but we can go into his stats. It's just, gonna be a random year. And also, this is why I don't see him as a top half running back in the league. He had 600 yards in 12 games played in 2 out of 3 of his last season. So, he definitely, he has not been that great of a running back. And he's in a brand new system with a rookie head coach, a rookie offensive coordinator, a rookie quarterback throwing him the ball. 2 out of the 3 starting Patriots running receivers are rookies as well. They also have some rookies on their offensive line. So the odds are stacked up against Stevenson for sure. But, he has showed that, 70 catches and 1,000 yards in 2022. He's shown he is talented, but it's going to be tough for him to be the number 1 draft spot, the best position. I don't know. When you're picking number 1, then you're gonna pick later. So if McCaffrey plays as good as he did last year, then he can stay healthy. Or if Hill can do it, then it'll be the best position for sure because you get the best player. But McCaffrey, if you pick McCaffrey and he falls off, or if you pick Hill and he falls off, then it's not the best draft spot. Oh man, Aaron Jones. So we're to the bummy running backs. You had Stevenson and Jones. This guy's next. We're to decent running backs on bad teams. That's where we're at right now. Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones is my 23rd ranked running back for the 2024 fantasy football season. Now, people might not agree with me because ESPN ranks him as the 19th ranked running back in the league. Projected in FantasyPros.com ranks him as the 18th ranked. I have him as the 23rd just because he has never had a very good season. He's had 1,100 yards twice, and then rushing. He's at 600, 800, 1,000. What can we say about Aaron Jones? Aaron Jones is very talented, but he's playing with the rookie quarterback this year. The Packers let him go for a reason, especially because let's look at his playoffs. He had 230 yards in the playoffs, and the Packers let him go. Why, you might ask? Because, he's not who he was in 2022, in 2020, 2019. He's missed games in every season but 2. And I would actually rank him lower than this too. But the Vikings have a very good schedule. Their division doesn't have the greatest rushing defenses in the league. The Lions have a good pass rush, but their rushing defense isn't great. The Packers don't have that great of a rushing defense, and the Bears' defensive line is absolutely atrocious. So I think Aaron Jones is going to be good in the passing game. This projection's right. He's definitely going to get 40 plus catches. But if you've seen him play too, I had him on my team 2 years ago, and he was, not worth the hype. It's a very matchup type of game for Aaron Jones, if he can even be healthy and be in the game. As you saw against the Cowboys, he put up 200 yards on them, but I think Ty Chandler is going to be competing with snaps with them because he looked good in the preseason. Not that really matters, but he's also been in the system, and Aaron Jones is also on a 1-year deal, so it's not like the Vikings are all in and all committed to Aaron Jones. It's kind of like a prove-it deal. Can you help us, win some games, and we'll help you get paid next year, get you some catches, and get you the ball when we can, but we're going to win. Like, we're going to be trying to win more than we're going to try to be appeasing you, Anyways, that was kind of random and falling off a bit. All right. My 24th ranked running back for this 2024 fantasy football season is Zach Moss. Oh, he had illness. He wasn't hurt. Anyways, he's my 24th ranked running back for this upcoming season. Definitely in the minority. ESPN ranks him as their 30th ranked running back, and FantasyPros.com ranks him as their 33rd ranked running back. So, I have him ranked a lot higher. It's not more so Zach Moss's talent. It's more so, it's less so Moss's talent and more so the system he's in. Zach Taylor has always given heavy snaps to his running backs. You can look at Mixon. He had 300 plus snap touches. So you could kind of expect him to, try and get that out of Zach Moss too, even at the expense of being efficient, 4 yards a carry. They weren't looking for efficiency. They were looking for, getting the yards, getting the moving the chains, and moving the ball down the field however they can. So they didn't sign Zach Moss to be this efficient person, and you shouldn't expect that. Just as ESPN isn't and FantasyPros.com isn't. They drafted him to be a centerpiece in the offense for Joe Burrow. The Bengals, we can look at this roster or this schedule real quick. They have one of the worst schedules in the league. In their first 4 weeks, let's just look at their first 4 weeks. They play the Patriots, who is a rookie quarterback. They play the Chiefs, get that game done early. They play the Commanders, who is also a rookie quarterback. And then they play the Panthers, who has a brand new head coach and a rookie head coach coaching their team. They also have Bryce Young, who, did not look good at all last year. So he's basically another rookie quarterback. Then their fantasy playoffs. They play Tennessee. Tennessee, by now, are either going to be fighting, like, scratching and scratching at making the playoffs and, beating teams to make it in. But they're probably not going to be in it by this time. They're going to probably be out of the playoff race by then. And then they play the Browns, who have a respectable defense and is anybody respectable on their offense? Everybody likes Chubb, but nobody likes their quarterback. Their receivers are all pretty terrible except for Cooper. Browns just don't. They have a good defense, like so. But that doesn't really matter in the fantasy football playoffs. And then they play the Broncos, who are far and away the worst roster, if like one of the worst rosters in the league. So, and they play at Cincinnati. So, Zach Moss legacy game. You heard it here first. And this is why I'm ranking how I am. You know, I'm ranking him way above how he is, but you saw it. The start of the season is just as bad as the end of the season. They play a lot of bad teams all the way through. Bengals should definitely win the division this year. They have a stacked roster. They were projected to be winning the division last year, but Burrow got hurt. And you know, the only real loss they had this year was losing their offensive coordinator. But if you know the Bengals at all, Zach Taylor calls that offense most of the time. So, and Bengals also upgraded their team as well. They had a good off season, so expect the Bengals to be good. Expect the Bengals to be very good. And expect Zach Moss to be a byproduct of that team. You know, one of them is going to get the snaps. It's either going to be Zach Moss or it's going to be. Is this other guy ranked in here? Yeah, it's going to be Chase Brown. Pick your poison, but one of them is going to be getting heavy snaps on a team that is going to be looking to, win the division. Probably like going for the 1 seed. They have a very bad schedule. So, Zach Moss being rated so high and being underrated so much is kind of crazy to be. Just because somebody's going to get the snaps, and Zach Moss in Indianapolis showed that like he can handle that amount of snaps. He hasn't had the best career, and I think that is why everybody is underrating him. But just because he's a journeyman running back, but I don't think that really matters when you're in a good system on a good team that is, looking to win the division and win the conference and like win a Super Bowl. That is the Bengals' expectations right now. Super Bowl or bust. And it's not like Chase Brown is going to be competing with him either. Like, dude could not get on the field. So, yeah, if Moss can stay healthy and, prove his worth and prove his talent, then why would he give his spot up to Chase Brown? Also, with Zach Moss, he signed a 2-year contract. So the Bengals are going to be, wanting Moss to be their guy and to build that, rapport with their team. Next on the list, Zach Moss is going to be nice. Pick him up early. Maybe. Who knows? But Bengals are going to be a good team. A very good team. My 25th ranked running back for this 2024 fantasy football season is Jaylen Warren, who was 22nd ranked last year. Warren is projected the 25th prospect by ESPN and FantasyPros.com, so they're kind of just expecting the same type of season by him, which is what I'm expecting too. Actually, that's funny. We all rank him as 25th, so I'm just gonna explain real quick why he's ranked at 25th by all of us. Real quick, Steelers have a good defense, but as you've seen with like the Broncos after their Super Bowl, with the Panthers after their Super Bowl, other teams who have had great success and great defenses, if your offense is bad, your defense is going to continually fall apart, descend, and by the end, like the Steelers could be a very bad team by the end of the year just because their offense can't live up to the standard the defense is in. Then it's going to be a wild show. Arthur Smith showed that he isn't a very good play caller. He play called the Atlanta Falcons the last 3 years. He didn't play Bijan last year. He had I think he went, what do you go, 7-9 every season coaching the Falcons, 7-10. So like Steelers are not set up to succeed. They can, but they also have a tough division. They also play the NFC East, which is the Cowboys, which have a good defense. Commanders, who have a good defense. Giants, who have a good defensive line. And the Eagles, who have a good defense too, and a good defensive play caller. So Warren, he can beat the expectations and put onto him, but is he going to be about the same running back as he was last year? I do believe. And that's not a knock against him, it's just a knock against the Steelers. They do not have a team to make a heavy run into the playoffs. So, is Warren talented? Yes. Is he going to be? Is he going to have a good year? Yes. Like, he could break 1,000 yards, but he'll be good. He'll be good. Warren will be nice. I don't know what to say about him. Let me know what you guys think, because I don't really know what to expect out of Warren. I just know that in the preseason, the Steelers look like a complete disaster. Like, they look like a complete disaster. And the defense looked good, as we're all expecting the Steelers' defense to look like this year, but the offense was a complete disaster. Like, and you kind of get a feeling watching that preseason, at least I did, that at some point Fields is going to get benched for Russ, and then Russ is going to come in, and it's just going to be equally as bad. And they're just going to be in this weird pulling where the defense is, like, dragging the offense. Like, come on, guys. Like, we're busting our tails out here. Like, TJ Watt should have been Defensive Player of the Year. Like, we're trying to drag you to the playoffs every time into a winning season. And the offense is like, no, I'm not doing it. Matt Canada it up. I don't know. What do you guys think about Warren? I think he's good. I think he'll be good, but his team, his schedule, nothing much is going for him. And that's kind of the same with Jerome Ford. Jerome Ford is in a similar situation to Jaylen Warren. He's very fast. He's a very good complement to his running back counterpart in Nick Chubb. He plays in the same division. He's very fast. He's the 16th ranked running back last year. Jerome Ford is my 26th ranked running back for this 2024 fantasy football season. And which is a reach too, which is crazy because Ford was 16th ranked last year, and I'm ranking him 10 below what he had last year, and ESPN has him ranked as 40 and 38th. Like, where is this Ford hate coming from? Dude stepped in, after not even seeing the field previously in his career, and then, ESPN's like, nah, he's bad. He had 8 carries for 12 yards in his first year. And then he steps up for the best running back in the league, like the smartest running back in Nick Chubb in the league. And, Ford, I think he's rated extremely low for no reason. He's very fast. and if he can learn to be as smart, or have as good as vision as Nick Chubb has in his career. If he can learn off him, which is good that Nick Chubb is in that room, especially spending extra time with him because Chubb was hurt, and learning from him. Like, it's only going to be looking up for Ford. If you look at his highlights, he's very fast. He's very agile. He doesn't have the best vision by any means, but the Browns have showed that they have a long-standing, great offensive coordinator, and that can win games no matter what. Like Kevin Stefanski has showed that you can win games no matter what, and Ford will be nice. It's just weird because Chubb will be back, and Chubb is like one of the smartest running backs and one of the best vision running backs in the league. So it's going to be weird, and I think that's why people are rating Ford so low. Also because Ford isn't very, the Browns aren't very interesting either. But good to get you through a bye. Yeah, Ford will be a good running back 2, running back 3 option. Definitely wouldn't want to play him every week, but I definitely want him over some of these other guys. Like, who's ranked above Ford at 40 from ESPN? Tell me who. Tell me who's more, I don't know. It's weird. Very weird. Anyways. Oh, okay. I'm tired of talking about bums. I want to talk about some of these other dudes that are looking up, not these guys. Anyways, my 27th ranked running back for this fantasy football season is Javonte Williams. What can we say about Javonte? Well, ESPN ranks him as their 29th ranked projected running back. FantasyPros.com ranks him as 28th. I have him as 27th, so pretty similar. Javonte has had a very roller coaster type of season. He showed flashes of potential throughout every year, but he hasn't really been able to stay healthy too well, and he's just had no supporting cast, like, at all. The Broncos line has always been bottom half. It's been a turnstile at the quarterback position. It's been a turnstile at the offensive coordinator position. He's never had the benefit of a true number one receiver. His number one receiver at one point was Jerry Jeudy, so it's not like he's had a receiver taking the top off the defense and making defenses run 2 safety sets to defend the pass. Like, Javonte's always had to work extra hard. And I saw a video with LaShawn McCoy ragged on other running backs because, like, he had to earn it more playing for the Eagles and Bills because he didn't have a supporting cast. It's kind of the same with Javonte Williams. Like, he's going to be the new LaShawn McCoy. That's what I'm saying. No, not really, but Javonte's interesting because the Broncos are going to have to run the ball. Sean Payton's very experienced, but I'm not expecting anything out of the Broncos. So even though they have to run the ball and Javonte has to get snaps and, like, Sean Payton has to do good play calls for Javonte, like, I see the Broncos, being a bottom 3 team in the league this year. Their defense, you can look at any Broncos fan page, anything any Broncos fans are saying about them, like Broncos not are not their defense is terrible, like absolutely terrible, and anybody will say that that watches them full time. I try not to watch the Broncos because they're just that bad, and they're even worse this year because they're paying, Russell Wilson $50 million to not be on their team. So, like, there's nothing good about this Broncos team. And then it's not like they have a staff system set up either to like bring in new staff because their defensive coordinator gave up 70 to the Dolphins. Like the Dolphins could have broke the scoring record against the Broncos defense, and they still have the same coordinator. They have even worse skill positions on the defense. They have a rookie quarterback. They lost their number 2 receiver and now have rookie receivers replacing them. Like, there's not much to look forward to as a Broncos fan this year. So, even though Javonte is going to, get snaps, I think the Broncos are truly going to tank this year to get Shedeur Sanders and get, the Colorado QB. Get the Colorado homegrown QB. And that might be crazy, but I think the Broncos are kind of fooling everybody by taking whatever his name is, Bo Nix. Like he can throw the ball and he's experienced, but it's a very, very, very bad roster. Very bad. And I think they're fooling everybody so they can get a high draft pick and, get some more talent in there. Fool their fans into going to the games again. Because I don't think Bo Nix is the answer, and I don't think Sean Payton's the answer. I don't think the coordinators are the answer. I don't know what they've been doing in the draft. Anyways, Broncos are going to be terrible. They're going to be terrible. All right. Now to another terrible team. Onto another terrible team. The Tennessee Titans, and my 28th ranked fantasy football running back for the 2024 season is Tyjae Spears. So, as I said earlier in this video, Derrick Henry looked pretty washed, but I had him on my team. He's my second round pick, so I watched a lot of games, and Derrick Henry lost a step, at least last year. So I picked up Spears because I wanted the backup, and Spears looked good. I watched quite a bit of Spears, and he definitely has talent, but Spears falls in the same category as Benson, Javonte, who else? Aaron Jones, James Conner, Pollard, and the fact that their surrounding team is absolutely terrible. So, even though Spears is talented, the Tennessee offensive line isn't. And they have a brand new head coach, so we don't know what to expect. Other than their new head coach liked to run the ball a lot. He was the Cincinnati He was the Cincinnati offensive coordinator, the Tennessee Titans head coach, and they like to run the ball a lot, like a lot. 300 carries is a lot for a running back. Is a lot, and their offensive coordinator was with the Bengals at this time, so He likes to get the running back touches, 45, 40. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Catches. He likes to get the ball in the running back's hands, 75 targets, 64 and 48 um, targets, and then 300 carries, almost 200 plus, and 250. So if Spears could stay healthy and the Tennessee head coach plays similarly to how he has before, um, Spears is going to get a lot of snaps. And if Tennessee, if Will Levis is can be good, and Tennessee's defense can live up to the hype and play to the potential they have, then Spears has a shot at being a lot better than 28th ranked, and that goes the same with Tony Pollard. But Tennessee has a uphill battle, no doubt. Their schedule, they play the AFC East, which is a gauntlet division. The Jets' defense is pretty fantastic. The Dolphins' defense is going to be better this year. Who else we got? The Patriots' defensive line isn't bad, and then the Bills are going to be going all out, so they're going to be brawling. Tennessee also will not have that great of a defense this year. They'll have a good secondary, but overall will not have a great defense, which is also not good because they play the NFC North. So that means the Packers are probably going to be running, dominating time of possession on them. That's going to be bad for Spears to get his snaps, and bad for Pollard to get his snaps. Same thing with Lions. You'd expect for them to dominate time of possession, as well as Vikings and the Bears. So Tennessee is going to be fighting an uphill battle for the whole season. That doesn't mean Spears isn't going to have a bad year or good year. It's always random. There's always tons of parity in the NFL anyways, so Spears could be a top 10 running back anyways, or he could be top 60. Like, it's all random anyways and speculation anyways, but Tennessee has a very uphill, steep battle for Spears to be an effective running back, for Pollard to be an effective running back, to make the playoffs, to win games, to, make an identity for themselves. And I don't think it's going to all come together for Tennessee this year. So that is why Spears is, ranked as low as he is. And the exact same goes for Trey Benson. Now, Trey Benson is a let's go. Trey Benson is my 29th ranked running back for the 2024 fantasy football season. Why? ESPN ranks him as the 37th projected, and FantasyPros.com ranks him as the 41st projected. So, why is he ranked as my 29th? Well, their division is very bad. Rams lost Aaron Donald, the greatest defensive tackle in the past 5 years, greatest player to ever touch their franchise, best player in that entire division for since he came into the league. I don't know how you replace a generational prospect like that, as well as the Rams losing their defensive coordinator to the Falcons. So, the Rams will play the Cardinals 2 times a year. They will not have that great of a rushing defense. The Seahawks have a brand new head coach, brand new coordinators. So, will they be well coached? Yes. but it's not like the Seahawks players are going to be homegrown talent with a rookie head coach. You might have a good system, but these players aren't like drafted and molded into the players that Seahawks are looking for. So Cardinals have favorable matchups as well against the Seahawks for Trey Benson, to get some snaps. And then the 49ers also lost their defensive coordinator. They had the most efficient offense by far last year. You'd expect for that to come down, to some degree. So that means more time of possession for the Cardinals. You can't be that ridiculously efficient and just stay that efficient for that long. Like you've seen it with the Bills, you've seen it with the Bengals, you've seen it with the Chiefs. Like efficiency, you've seen it with the Packers. Like every other year, like efficiency just never stays that high. So with efficiency going down on the offensive side of the ball, you'd expect the Cardinals get more possessions and more downs. But Trey Benson is very talented. I just don't expect him to have a good team surrounding him. So any potential with the Cardinals is going to be superseded by James Conner taking snaps, who's the 18th ranked running back. Benson being a rookie. The Cardinals not having the greatest line. The Cardinals having a very terrible defensive roster overall. And my last point with Trey Benson is that I'm ranking running backs off of schedule. He has a favorable schedule, fantasy playoff impact. If the Cardinals, aren't making the playoffs by the beginning of the fantasy football playoffs, then they're going to be giving the ball to Benson. Like, you just expect that because he's a rookie. Get him his snaps. Why are we still running James Conner when we, have this rookie on the bench and we want to see what he's got before we, go into the next offseason? Why are we still running James Conner when we only have 6 wins? It doesn't make sense. Just run Benson. It's a rookie. So playoff impact, he's not going to be fantastic as a running back to start the season or, probably through the season. But overall, he's probably going to be looking up towards the end. As well as James Conner has also had injury problems. Yeah, that's all I got for him. Trey Benson. Mostert is my 30th ranked running back for the NFL season. Raheem Mostert is my 30th ranked running back for the 2024 fantasy football season. Why? He is a 5th ranked position last year. So why is he 30th ranked for me? Well, if you're asking me that, why is ESPN ranking him as the 35th ranked running back? And why is FantasyPros.com rating him as the 27th ranked? It is all because of this man right here, Mr. 8 yards per carry. That's the biggest knock on Mostert. If a chain wasn't there, you'd expect Mostert to be just as good. He had 5 yards a carry, 20 touchdowns, 25 catches. Elite efficiency, especially in the red zone, but in an elite team surrounding him, an elite system surrounding him, elite everything surrounding him. But you have a chain taking snaps, and then Dolphins just picked up this man right here as well. So you have 2 people chomping at the bit of of Mostert's spot. So is he still going to be good? Yes. Is 30th, disrespectful? Yes, but at least I rank him as 35th. Like, it's pretty bad, ESPN. And Mostert starts the new tier of my running backs. So 30 through 39th are splitting snaps but can't have high upside. So that kind of perfectly showcases Mostert. Like, he still has very high upside and very high talent. With his team, with his system, everything, his schedule, like everything is in Mostert's favor. But he has a rookie in Jalen Wright, who's picked in the third round, and he has a chain who, had 8 yards of carry. So why are you giving it to old man Mostert when you can? And the Dolphins are committed to Mostert. He just got a 2-year extension, so they definitely love Mostert as a, training and coaching running back. And 30th ranked is honestly pretty low, but like, how else do you rank Mostert when he's going to be definitely splitting snaps? It's just hard to rank Mostert, when you have 8 yards per carry and a third round rookie, who's just as fast as the guy that was going 8 yards per carry. So then it makes the Dolphins really question, like, is it the system or is it the guy? So, my 31st ranked running back for this fantasy football season is David Montgomery. Same situation as Mostert, very high upside, but he's going to be splitting snaps. Now, the guy he's splitting snaps with is ranked even higher than the guy Mostert is splitting snaps with, Mr. Jahmyr Gibbs. He's a first-round pick, drafted in the let's look at this guy's college snaps. First round pick. He can do it all. He had 52 catches last year, which, was top 10 for running backs. He only had 182 carries. He had a great offseason or playoffs as well. He had 250 yards in the playoffs. So this guy's definitely going to be going for Montgomery snaps, as well as 1,500 yards a year in college. And the situation with Montgomery, and it's the same with these other guys, he just doesn't have the catches to draft him as high as, and he never has, to draft him as high as ESPN is saying to draft him. ESPN is saying to draft him 22nd overall, and FantasyPros.com is saying to draft him 21st. Well, why would you draft a guy that high? The lines are good, but he only had 16 catches last year, 34, 25. He had 2 big years of catches, but that was on bad Bears teams. So he's definitely a mostly run it up the middle, up the sides type of guy. And the Lions have a good schedule and good, plan for him. But Gibbs is, I don't know why you wouldn't play Gibbs. I don't know why you wouldn't play Gibbs. Montgomery's great, but it's like similarly ranked with all of these other guys all through this section. He's going to be splitting snaps, so he has high upside. He can be, 17th ranked again, maybe even break into the top 10, but to draft him 22nd overall when the Lions have such a deep roster across the board, and then have a running back that they drafted 12th overall, last year, like they're going to want to play this guy more, especially if he, is the player that everybody is expecting him to be, and the potential that everybody saw last year. Oh man, we got a lot more bums to cover. Oh. We got an LA guy coming up though, finally. Our 40th ranked prospect. It's kind of disrespectful to Gus too. But, oh man. All right. We're 2/3 of the way through the list, so I don't know if you're still in here, Jake, but take a little breather for a sec and get some water. Feel free to anybody in here to ask some questions or say anything. 2/3 of the way through this. To this list. I'm very excited to talk about some of these guys, but some of these other guys we already know. We already know about Connor. We already know about Najee. Nobody cares about Devin Singletary. But yes, I will be back. Give me a minute. Oh man. Whew. Oh my gosh, 3 hours of talking is insane. I don't think I've ever spoken for 3 hours straight. And I'm kind of repeating myself and rambling a little bit, but I want to make sure I have enough stuff to make a short or to make a video about each running back. Because I don't want to go back and be like, Jerome Ford, my 28th ranked bum. Like, I'm not trying to repeat this stuff, so just get it all out of my head onto the video, cut it up, and hopefully it turns out all 50 shorts. Hope they all turn out. Let me get some coffee. Oh man. Oh man. Oh. All right. All right. So, my 32nd ranked fantasy. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. My 32nd ranked fantasy football running back for the 2024 season is James Conner. Now, he's in the tier of splitting snaps but can have high upside, and that is true for James Conner. He did not have a good supporting cast last year, and he ended up with 5 yards a carry and 27 catches. So, definitely a very efficient year for James Conner. Um, it's his most efficient year of his career. This average is better than like a lot of different players. Like pretty much everybody in the top 10, he's better than efficiently. He's more efficient than. So the reason I've James Conner ranked lower than his ranking says, and lower than ESPN is saying, which they are saying 24th ranked, and FantasyPros.com is saying 20th ranked. Why I'm rating him as low, this low. Now, I think James Conner absolutely got a better cast around him. He doesn't have two rookie receivers anymore. Michael Wilson and I'm blanking on the other guy's name, but those guys are in their second year now. Kyler Murray will hopefully be healthy again, and Marvin Harrison Jr. just lifts a ceiling of that receiver room so much more than Marquise Brown did. Now, I'm rating James Conner this low because I think he will be very good at the beginning of the season and through the season. But come playoff time, come fantasy football playoff time, I don't see him doing as well. Just because I don't see the Cardinals making the playoffs. So, by the time the fantasy football wild card game comes around, why would you continue to play James Conner when your team is, 5-8, like 5-9? Like, you're gonna start to be playing your rookie and Trey Benson. You're gonna be testing your receivers more, and I feel like they're gonna be diverting from using James Conner come fantasy football playoff time. I don't know. I don't really know what to say with this dude. Other than I might be way off. I'm not gonna lie. This is just a crazy year for him. Like, I'm just not expecting. He's 6th in yards. That's really good. Yeah, this is the first time he's ever had 1,000 yards. He's been with the Cardinals for 3 years, and this is by far his best year with them. He doesn't have too much catching upside. He never played this well with the Steelers. The Cardinals' offensive line isn't great. So there's a lot of factors going into it. And I might be off. James Conner could be very good. But I will say the upside with James Conner, and I've kind of missed this through the series, but he has a bad division. He plays a bad division. And he had a good year last year. There's something else I was going to say. I don't know. What do you guys think? What do you think about James Conner? Am I way off? Is my hate for James Conner legit, or do you think he's not going to do as good as he did last year? Kind of a lightning in a bottle type of year last year. Or do you think he builds on the success that he had? Oh man. Uh, my 33rd ranked running back for this upcoming fantasy football season is Tony Pollard. Now, why is he ranked so low for me when he was the 14th ranked running back last year and now he is ranked 33rd? Well, let's see what ESPN has to say about it. They ranked him as their 31st. FantasyPro.com ranked him as their 26th. So I'm not too far off. I think Tony Pollard looked very bad last year. He still had 1,000 yards, so and 55 catches. But he definitely didn't do himself any favors. I've seen quite a few people say like he looked washed, like people that watch more film and games with him playing. So let me know what you guys think. But my thing with Pollard is he had the number one scoring defense last year, number one turnover defense last year, and one of the number one offenses in the year too. Like he had CeeDee Lamb, who was second in the league in catching in yards, and Dak Prescott I think was top 5 in yards thrown too. So he definitely had an offense built around him and a defense, and he got lots of possessions because the defense was getting lots of turnovers, and he still did not get too many touchdowns. Only had 6 touchdowns. You got a majority of the snaps too, and he just didn't make the best of it. Like the Cowboys also have a good line, and he averaged 4 yards a carry, only six touchdowns. He completely fell off in the fantasy playoffs, which is expected because he played Buffalo and Miami and Detroit, which were all playoff teams and dangerous playoff teams too. So I just don't see Pollard bouncing back after such an atrocious year from him last year. And I know the Cowboys weren't giving him the best looks, but it was just such a bad year for him that it's hard to come back from that. And then you go from that to Tennessee, which have a lot worse defense, a lot worse quarterback, a lot worse receiver, a lot worse receiver room, quite worse offensive line, and it's dude, it's just difficult. You have a top 5 defense, top 5 line, top 5 receiver room, top 5 quarterback, give or take a couple dozen rankings, and yeah, you just didn't make the best of it in Dallas. So why would I expect them to to be anywhere near 14th rank when on Tennessee, which is in an easier division, no doubt, but they play a lot of they play a lot of good teams. So their schedule isn't helping, team around them isn't helping, and Pollard kind of embodies how I'm ranking all of these running backs. He does have a great schedule for running backs. Fantasy playoff impact, he had 5 and 7 points in the fantasy playoffs last year. System is a giant question mark. We know he's going to get the ball, but we don't know what type of team this is going to look like because it's a brand new head coach. surrounding team, he has one of the worst surrounding teams in the league, um, along with a very good rookie running back in front of him on the depth chart or behind him, but still going to be taking snaps, and realistic expectations. So everything I'm ranking these running backs off of, Pollard is low on the list on. So I might be off on Pollard. 20 picks down from where he was at. It's probably too low, but I mean, what are we really expecting out of Pollard this year? Now, my 34th ranked fantasy football running back for my 34th ranked fantasy football running back for the 2024 football season is Marshawn Lloyd. So, I rank him 34th, 2 down from every starting running back in the league, and ESPN ranks him as 46th. FantasyPros.com ranks him as 50th. Now, this just seems pretty disrespectful because if you're like in a 16-man league, like, you're saying that he's almost worse than almost every other backup running back, and that just seems kind of out of pocket just because the Packers schedule is very nice. This Packers line is one of the best in the league. The Packers offense surrounding Marshawn Lloyd is very good. Their starting running back in Josh Jacobs is one of the best in the league, but he has also had injury concerns. And then Marshawn Lloyd also looked like the second best running back in the class, in my opinion, from what I saw. Now, I'm definitely not a scout talent or, I don't go in depth and, look at every snap and, have in-depth analysis of this, but I see it as the most logical thing. The Packers have a very, very easy division with bad lines. The Vikings have a terrible defensive line. The Bears have a terrible defensive line, other than Montez Sweat. The Lions have a good pass rush, but they do not have a good rushing defense. Let's see what else. I've already covered the NFC West. All of their defenses are terrible. The AFC South had the worst defenses in the league last year. I think the Colts is ranked like 30th. Tennessee was ranked in the bottom third. Texans were like top half, but they also had the benefit of a easy schedule. And, because when you're really bad, you get easy schedules to help with parity in the NFL. And then Jacksonville, which was very up and down. You can't tell me that the Jacksonville defense is, this and that and, one of the best in the league when they get 40 put up on them by the 49ers. Like, they couldn't stop crap. Like, Trevor Lawrence wasn't helping them at all, but, McCaffrey looked like MVP against them. And he should have won MVP, but I digress. What do you have? Let's just see. Okay, he didn't do too. He wasn't that crazy. 150 on him. But if you look at it from the most logical perspective, Marshawn Lloyd is, on one of the best teams in the league who will be fighting to win the division and the conference and the number 1 seed. Like, they will be in that conversation for sure. So he's on one of the best teams, one of the best offenses, one of the best coaches, one of the best lines, one of the best schedules. And then he looked great in college too. So when you take all that into factor, I don't see how ESPN is, ranking him as a 46th ranked running back under Devin Singletary, who had a very, very terrible year on the Texans team that, definitely could have used him. They definitely could have used his services. Okay, Singletary wasn't that bad. All right, I take that back. He wasn't that bad. But yeah. Anyways, over Eckler had 600 yards. Anyways, hopefully that all makes sense. Let me know what you guys think about Marshawn Lloyd. Now, Najee Harris is my 35th ranked running back in this fantasy football 2024 upcoming season. Now, what is Najee ranked? Najee was ranked 27th, the 27th ranked running back by ESPN, and the 24th ranked running back by FantasyPros.com. Now, why am I ranking Najee as the 35th, 10 spots under ESPN and FantasyPros.com? Well, there's a lot of factors, but Warren, I've looked at Steelers opinions. I've looked at Steelers fans' opinions. I've looked at Steelers analysts from people like in the industry. They all say that Najee looks way less dynamic than Jaylen Warren. So there's that. The Steelers offense is probably not going to be great. I mean, they have a quarterback they traded a 6th-round pick for and a quarterback that's making $1 million on their roster. And has looked very bad. So, there's that, but both of those things really don't matter anyways. They also have a very tough division. The Browns have an amazing defense. The Ravens had the best defense in the league, or one of the best last year, and they have Lamar Jackson too, so he's going to be taking possessions and time of possession away from the Steelers. Who else is in the division? The Bengals are looking to run the division, run the conference, get the 1 seed, so he has that. He also plays the NFC East, so you got the Cowboys, Commanders, Giants, and Eagles, who are all definitely top half in the league defensive lines, as well as defenses in the league, defensive rosters. So you had Najee competing against 4 top 16 defenses right there, plus 1 or 2 in his own division. And then he also plays the AFC West, so you have the Chiefs and the Raiders, who will also give him fits to some degree. So when you look at everything objectively, he does not have the best outlook, the best reviews. People that have watched him, every time I've watched him, he looks like one of the slowest running backs I've seen, like I see in the league. He's built like he could be very deadly in the red zone, and I think that's what everybody wants him to be, but he just has not been that so far. And I don't, schedule wise and team makeup around him wise, I just don't see him turning into a double-digit touchdown type of guy. As well as his carries have also gone down every single year. Like, it's great he can stay healthy. And if he can stay healthy, like, I'm not going to knock him, knock anybody for picking him, because dude has been healthy his entire career, but his catches have gone down every year. His carries have gone down. His efficiency has never gotten better. His red zone efficiency hasn't gotten better. And, schedule-wise, it doesn't seem like the year Najee's going to turn around. Parody's a thing, though. He has talent. Like, he could be a red zone threat and all that, but I just don't see it happening. Now, my 36th ranked running back in this upcoming fantasy 2024 season is Mr. Chuba Hubbard. Now, let's look at his rankings. ESPN says he's a 54th ranked running back in the league, which seems very disrespectful. Like, insanely disrespectful. I don't see how people, like... That's the second worst on this list. They're only saying the Jets. Oh my gosh. What? ESPN says only the Jets, who have a rookie running back, who's playing behind, Breece Hall, one of the best in the league, and then Keaton Mitchell, who had a couple okay games, and then he broke his leg. So, wow. Anyways, back to Chuba Hubbard. Why are we saying he's going to turn it around this year? Well, he didn't have a great year last year, but he did upside have 40 catches last year, as well as 900 yards, which is pretty good considering if you ever watched a Panthers game. I'm sorry because you had to watch a Panthers game. Like, they were absolutely atrocious, and he still put up 900 yards, which is pretty good. And he also, outplayed Derrick Henry and, a couple other guys in the fantasy playoffs too. So, Chuba Hubbard putting up these stats, is great and all. But then you take into account the Panthers just spent $150 million on two different guards in free agency. So, they're definitely going to be running the ball more. The head coach they just got, Dave Canales, runs the ball a lot. His starting running back, Mr. Rachaad White, had 272 carries and 65 catches last year. So he likes to use running backs. And Chuba Hubbard showed last year he can stay healthy and he can catch a ball. So, if he can stay healthy, you'd imagine that his coach would, want to use him just like he used Rachaad White last year. And then you take into account schedule as well. They play the AFC West, so they play the Chargers, like one of the worst rosters in the league, especially with Justin Herbert hurt. Like, are the Chargers the worst roster in the league with Herbert hurt? Like, is that just, like, the worst team in the league? Like, definitely. Like, I can't even think of somebody that would even be comparative to Easton Stick-led Chargers with first-year John Harbaugh and Josh Palmer at the one. But anyways, back to the Panthers. They play the Chargers, worst team. They play the Broncos, god-awful defense. One of the worst defenses in the league. And one of the worst defensive coordinators in the league. He gave up 70 to the Dolphins. Let's not forget that. 73 he could have given up if the Dolphins kicked that field goal. And then, who else do they play? And then the NFC East, which are pretty good defenses, but that's two free gimmies just playing the Broncos and Chargers. You're gonna get the possessions, and Chuba Hubbard's gonna get at least 15 runs in both those games. So whether he makes the best of his opportunities is yet to be seen. But Chuba Hubbard, should be the starting running back. It's multiple games this year, and he's going 180th in the fantasy playoffs, and I just don't understand it. The Panthers' offensive line is way better, and they're going to be looking to run the ball a lot more. And if Hubbard can stay healthy, just as Jonathan Brooks has shown he cannot, then he's going to be the guy. And they're not going to want to rush Jonathan Brooks back anyways. Like, if he's hurt with his knee injury, he until week 3 or 4. So this is even more crazy. Like, Hubbard is going to get plenty of rushes. Plenty. And if he's that dude, then he's just gonna stay that dude. Like, if he's winning his reps and getting yards and being efficient, then being ranked under Blake Corum just seems insane to me. But we'll just continue on. My 37th ranked running back for this 2024 fantasy football season is Ty Chandler. Now, what does ESPN think about him? They say he's the 47th ranked. FantasyPros.com say he is the 45th ranked. I say he's the 37th. Why? Because. Moving on. Just kidding. Ty Chandler had a very good year last year. People seem to overlook how great he did in the last 8 weeks. He didn't get too many carries, but he got plenty of catches. They knew how to get him open, knew how to get him the ball. And, he performed. He had 24, he had 10, 15. He had a pretty, objectively good end of the season, and he played some good defenses, too. Like, the Saints had a good defense. These two teams did not, but the Raiders had a good had a defensive upbringing in the last 5 weeks with Antonio Pierce. The Bengals were still fighting for the playoffs when Ty Chandler played them, and he had 25 on them. The Lions were a playoff team, and he only had 20 carries against them, but he still had 90 yards and a touchdown, so that was still pretty good. And then the Packers were a playoff team as well, so with a good rushing defense. So the question with Ty Chandler is, can he stay healthy while Aaron Jones cannot? And is he going to build off the preseason in week 1 and build off how his season ended last year? The film I watched on him looked good. And I think he will definitely have a good amount of he'll definitely have more carries in this. So you're saying 150 plus carries. I'd put him 40th, maybe a little higher. I feel like these are pretty low, but other than that, the Vikings play the NFC West, the worst defenses in the league, in the AFC South. The worst defenses in the league last year. The Vikings division also have some terrible run defenses as well. The Bears rushing defense, one of the worst in the league last year. People talk about, oh wow, they really brought it together at the end. Okay, well, who cares? It's against a bunch of bad teams. So, and then the Lions rushing defense was pretty good, but they're more of a pass rushing team. And then the Packers rushing defense isn't the greatest either. So the Vikings can, string together some successful passing games with Jefferson and rookie JJ. They should open it up. And, Ty Chandler, look at his preseason highlights in week 1. He looked good. So look at his highlights in general, against the Bengals too. He really should not be ranked so poorly, because Aaron Jones has shown that he cannot stay healthy for a full season. He's had 2 full seasons in his entire career. So at some point, Ty Chandler, you can expect is going to be starting, and And if the Vikings are bad, especially, then they're going to be wanting to play Ty Chandler. Aaron Jones is on a 1-year deal. Ty Chandler is a third year player. Second year. Third year. Yeah, he's a third year player. So, like, if the Vikings are bad and fall off, they're going to want to be playing Ty Chandler over Aaron Jones just to see, what type of player he is going into next offseason. Are they like, oh, wow, well, we still have one more year after this year. Should we get a replacement for him? What type of replacement? What would, pair well with him? Is he a long-term option? At some point the Vikings are going to be like, well, we're not making the playoffs. We might as well play Ty Chandler. And will that be in the fantasy playoffs? It might be. And, as a third string running back, that would be a perfect opportunity for anybody to have Ty Chandler. Oh, man. Mr. Cue Ball himself. Okay. my 38th ranked my 38th ranked running back of the 2024 fantasy football season goes to Austin Ekeler. ESPN ranks him as the 33rd ranked. FantasyPros.com ranks him as the 32nd. So I'm not too far off. Everybody is pretty bullish on Austin Ekeler. Everybody knows the kind of washed statements people were saying about him after watching him get ran down by the Packers. But at the end of the day, he's one of the best he's been one of the best pass catching running backs in the league for the last half decade. So you got to give him, some respect, even if he is a little washed or lost a step. But he's also definitively the second string running back in Washington. Washington definitively has a bottom third offensive line, even if they turn it around this year. They also definitively play one of the hardest divisions in the league to rush on. They play the Giants, who have Burns, Kayvon Thibodeau, that other linebacker, Brian Burns, decent secondary. So they have a very good rushing defense. The Giants do, and people don't talk about it for some reason. Probably because it's the Giants and nobody cares. The Eagles have one of the best defensive lines in the league. They just got Vic Fangio, who led one of the best rushing defenses in the league in the Miami Dolphins last year. And the Eagles, probably have a better defensive roster than the Dolphins did last year. And they can stay healthier too. And then you look at the Cowboys. They lost their coordinator who's coaching the Commanders, but they still have the same number one scoring defense in the league. So they might take a step back, but they still have the dudes that, got them the second seed in the conference. Got them that home game against the Packers. So, and then, oh man, and then they play the AFC North, who are the Browns, who just had the Defensive Player of the Year, one of the best defensive minds in the game. The Ravens, who had one of the best defenses in the league, and an MVP quarterback. Bengals, who were going to be winning the division last year. People were talking about it until Burrow got hurt, and then also have a good defense. And then the Steelers, who also have a good defense. Probably a top half defense as well, at least roster-wise. And then they play the NFC South. You look at the Saints, one of the top third, top fourth, 1/4 defenses in the league as well. roster wise, the Saints defense is absolutely insane. Um, and then the Falcons, who also had a great defense last year. Not great, but the Falcons had a good defense last year as well. And they just got a new defensive minded head coach. So, not great, but and then the Bucks and Panthers, they're whatever. But like, if the Bucks and Panthers are the worst teams you play, like that's still not good. Like they're still pretty okay defenses, that are gonna make it hard for Eckler. So he's splitting steps with Brian Robinson Jr. He has a rookie quarterback. He has a bunch of not number one consensus receivers, not the best line. Um, it's really stacked up against Eckler. It really is. Now, he can still be good, and I hope he is because Eckler is a cool little cue ball. Now, all right. That brings me to my 39th ranked running back in the 2024 fantasy football season, Gus Edwards. Man, this is messy. So, I ranked him 39th. ESPN ranks him 41st. FantasyPros.com ranks him 39th. So, I have him about where everybody else has him. So, it's weird. Okay, the Charger. Let's just go over it real quick. The Chargers have a very easy schedule. Like not easy, but they have a lot of winnable games. Herbert's hurt, so that's probably gonna ruin the start of the season for him. But Chargers have winnable games, so that is good for Gus Edwards. Overall, I look at Gus Edwards as I look at him like Samaj Perine. If you guys remember him before he went to the Broncos last year. He did great on the Bengals, and then he went to the Broncos. He still did pretty good for the Broncos, but they split snaps with them. I see Gus Edwards as like the Samaj Perine, like a good red zone threat, but on a new team, on an overrated coach's team, Javante is kind of like, what's his name? J.K. Dobbins. He was like that last year. I don't know what to say. I mean, if Herbert's on this team, then give Gus Edwards 10 plus points to his ranking because he's a touchdown threat and a pretty smart player. But if Herbert's not on the team, then you got Easton Stick playing. You guys remember what happened to Easton Stick the last time he played a regular season game? It did not end well. It did not end well, indeed. Let's see how he did, how he looked. I mean, he wasn't terrible, but he scored 0 points in the first half. And that resulted in 42 points getting scored on his team. So, yeah, that'll be the Chargers starting quarterback. If Herbert's not out there, I wouldn't expect much out of Gus Edwards if, this is their starting quarterback. Mr. 3 touchdowns and 1 pick in a 5-year range, or 3-year, whatever. I wouldn't expect much. Chargers could be good, though, for sure. And, it's just a dartboard throw at this point. What do you guys think of Gus Edwards? We're moving on. Tyrone Tracy is my 40th ranked running back in this upcoming 2024 fantasy football season. So he caps off the new tier of players. This tier is called the Throwing Darts in the Dark. So yeah, Tracy is a thrown dart in the dark. It is pretty expected Brian Daboll will be fired this year. But the GM, I watched the Hard Knocks. He looks pretty competent, I will say. This guy had good metrics. He looks pretty good on film. He's competing with Devin Singletary, so not much competition there. But they're gonna split snaps. So upside, he has more potential than Singletary. He could be the starting running back at some point. What do we got to say about him? He's got a very tough division. Very, very tough schedule. Brutal schedule. He plays the gauntlet. So at some point he could take the job and, pop off. Have 15 points or whatever in a game. That's what I'd be expecting. He'd be a good running back 4 or 5. We got anything else to say about this guy? What do you guys think about Tyrone Tracy Jr.? I think he's pretty talented on a bad team. Decent potential. I mean, he looks cool. I want that dude on my team. Are we being real? Oh, there's one more thing. And then Tyrone Tracy, he's a 52nd ranked by ESPN and the 69th ranked by FantasyPros.com. Which seems a little crazy. There's third string running backs over this dude who's got to compete with Singletary. So, moving on. Blake Corum. You can't see him. But Blake Corum is my 41st ranked running back in this fantasy football 2024 season. He's got to compete with Kyren, which is a big stepping stone. The Rams defense will undoubtedly take a step down, and the Rams barely made the playoffs last year, and a lot of other teams got better. So it's not looking good for the Rams season already. And Cooper Kupp apparently lost a step as well. So, not great. Not a great start. The allure with this guy, though, is that he had 1,400 yards in 2022 and 1,200 yards in 2023, along with, a catch a game. So, not that big of a threat in the rushing game, and then it's kind of why I, disrespect him a little bit. Just because he's not the biggest threat, at least as a rookie. But, Sean McVay can scheme anybody open. So, ESPN ranks him as a 36th ranked running back in the league. FantasyPros.com ranks him as a 42nd. I have him as a 41st, so pretty similar. If the Rams, are out of the playoffs by like week 10, week 11, week 13, then he could have some good upside. Just because the Rams would probably be using him up a little bit, just to take some pressure off Kyren too, because they really, threw Kyren Williams to the Wolves last year. 230 carries isn't too bad, but he really did not have a option behind him. So it's like, well, Kyren, you better, rush 6 yards, rush these 6 yards here, or we're punting because Cooper Kupp's hurt. And Puka just caught 8 passes on that last drive, so, he needs some type of break. He's breaking records out here, so come on, Kyren. We need you to run the ball 20-plus times. So I feel like Blake Corum, his college season really helps his ranking. And yeah, moving on. Blake Corum. Oh, nope. My first Dallas running back, and also my 42nd ranked running back in the fantasy football upcoming 2024 season is Mr. Rico Dowdle. Now, this is why he's in the ranking along with all of these other guys as throwing darts in the dark, because he's the biggest thrown dart in the dark. Cowboys, we really have no idea what to expect. They just lost their defensive coordinator, which coached them to be the number 1 scoring defense in the league. Cowboys just signed Ezekiel Elliott. Who knows if he's washed or not. It's not like the Patriots were even using him right last year. What do you guys think about Rico Dowdle? I think he looks pretty interesting. He had pretty good film. Dallas Cowboy, it's his 4th year, so not the best. He's not the youngest chicken. Lure with him is that Dallas Cowboys are very good at least Mike McCarthy's very good at developing running back talent. So you'd expect that with Rico to have a good 4th year. It's a big dart, I have him ranked as a 42nd. ESPN has him as a 50th. FantasyPro.com has him as a 46th. I just take him a little more just because Ezekiel Elliott is pretty old. Nobody seemed to really want him at all. So, Rico Dowdle could take the starting spot. And who knows with the Cowboys. But they could have a pretty respectable offense. And, Rico Dowdle could be in the middle of that. So, I'm not expecting too much out of the Cowboys this year. I actually think they're going to miss the playoffs. But that doesn't really matter if you're a playoff team or not for fantasy. The Cowboys still have a good line. Still have CeeDee Lamb, one of the best receivers in the game. Dak, one of the best quarterbacks. In Dallas sports. And what do you guys think about Rico Dowdle? I don't know. It's definitely a dart in the dark. Along with Devin Mr. Singletary. He's 32nd ranked last year. He is my 43rd ranked fantasy football running back for the 2024 season. ESPN has him as 34. FantasyPros.com has him as 31. So they're expecting the same year. I just don't see it. I mean, he's reunited with the head coach he used to play for, but he's on a loaded Texans roster and didn't really do much. I mean, just based off the position rank, he was the worst running back in the league last year. So I'm not really expecting much from him going to a loaded Texans roster with division winning aspirations, and now he's going to the Giants with a couple of really good, amazing players, but and also going to a division that is a lot more competent, a lot more competitive, a lot more skill, a lot more class. Can't believe I just said the Cowboys have class, but the Eagles have made 2 playoffs in the last 10 years, or Super Bowls, winning one of them. And the Cowboys have made the wild card in the last 10 years. So Cowboys make the wild card a lot of games. They make it to the playoffs. And that can't be said consistently for the Jaguars, for the Texans, for the Colts, and for Tennessee. So, Tennessee a little bit, but only because one of the teams has to win the division. So, you're going from a terrible division on a loaded team to a respectable, good, defensive division. And, playing for a head coach that could be fired soon. Playing for offensive... I don't even know. Like, Giants aren't going to do anything this year. I would not want Singletary on my team. At some point, they could just bench him and put, Tyrone Tracy in if he's the guy. Test him out. Who even knows? And I think he's on a 1-year deal as well. Oh, no. Like, man. A lot more question marks than answers with Singletary. That's why he's a dart in the dark. And, I don't really know what to expect of him. He could be good with this head coach, or, he could just get destroyed because he plays the AFC East, the best division in the AFC. The NFC West. Or no. I got this off. Because he plays the AFC North. You know what? We're just going to move on. I'm tired of talking about Devin Singletary. Nicky Chubb. Nicky Chubb is my 44th ranked running back in the fantasy football season for 2024. ESPN ranks him as 38. FantasyPros.com ranks him as 37th. I even ranked him a little worse just because, one, that leg injury was rough AF. Two, his division is, very competitive. And they like to, hit dirty too. Looking at you, Steelers. Also looking at you a little bit, Bengals. And Ravens are just a little rough for no reason, but anyways, yeah, 1, the division's tough. 2, his injury, and 3, Ford looked pretty dang good last year. He looked like that dude. He had more catches last year. Ford did as a second-year player than Chubb ever had in his entire career. And the only knock. And they're very different players because Ford is a speedster. Every time you look at film on Ford, he is, just flying. And but he doesn't have the best ball carrier vision, and he doesn't have the best, IQ. But that's the exact opposite of Chubb. He's not the fastest guy, but he's like one of the smartest players, at his position in the entire league, and he also has some of the best vision in the entire league. So Chubb, is also a dart in the dark, just because he's, still the smartest, one of the smartest dudes, one of the best vision, and they're both on the same team, and Kevin Stefanski has shown that he's competent and that he can win games no matter what. But you got to think that picking Chubb as the 37th running back in the class, how many snaps is he really going to get with Ford? How good is he going to look coming off breaking his leg in half? Everybody is going to root for him and wants to see him succeed, but he just has a tough road ahead, and to be the 5th ranked second string running back is pretty fair, but I'm just not going with the Browns this year. And I'll just finish it off with this. AFC North teams, and everybody just seems to forget this every single year, and it just makes me angry. AFC North teams love to go on a run, and then they love to fall off. And won't that be the Browns this year? Let's look at it. The Bengals, they went on a Super Bowl run, and then, they're done. And then, they make the divisional, lose it, or AFC championship, and then, it's a bad example, but the Ravens, Lamar Jackson has won MVP before. They've got the 2 seed, the 3 seed. Everybody's raving about their defense. They get beat out in the first round, lose the first playoff game they see, maybe second, and then we don't hear from them for 2 years. Like, do we just keep forgetting about this? The Steelers, they somehow win the division, and then they get a winning record somehow, but they fall off completely. You're like, oh wow, what happened to the Steelers? And then the Browns just a couple years ago made the playoffs with Baker Mayfield. What did they do to follow that up? Nothing. They haven't been to the playoffs since, but they almost beat the Chiefs in that playoff game. Yeah, like, if not for anything is possible, they probably would have won that game with Baker Mayfield. They followed up with doing nothing. So, and then you look at the Bengals. I figured out the example I was using for them. They go for the Super Bowl, and then they follow that up with winning the division and then not doing anything. So, won't that be the Browns this year? And won't that be the Ravens? So, the Browns, I feel like they're going to fall off a bit. They could still make the playoffs. They're not winning the division. Definitively no. And I don't want a second string. I'm not picking a second string running back with my 8th pick on a team that's not going to make the playoffs, and not going to follow up, just like every AFC North team has done. Look at the Ravens when they won their Super Bowl. What did they do after that? Did they make the playoffs even? Who knows? They didn't do anything. They lost to the Patriots the next year or whatever. Like, every single time these teams go, the Steelers, they won a Super Bowl. What did they do after that? Nothing. They went 10 years and then they won another Super Bowl. Like, there's only two things certain in life. Taxes and AFC North teams going on a hot streak run, winning it or having a very, respectable run at it, and then they just disappear. And you're like, wait, what happened to them? Oh, yeah, the Bengals didn't want to invest in the O-line, and now, Burrow's hurt again. Good job, Bengals. Clap it up. I'm predicting the same thing with Chubb and the Browns, but I'm rooting for Chubb, and I hope I'm wrong, because I think everybody likes Chubb, like, not only because of his name. it's crazy though. The AFC North just keeps doing this, and people just keep gassing it up. Like, oh my gosh, the Ravens contenders this year. Like, how are they contenders? Hasn't Lamar Jackson always been a top 5 quarterback in the league, and they're still contenders? Like what? Like he hasn't done anything. He made the conference championship once, and he made the divisional twice. So yeah, still contenders, even though they, just lost the defensive coordinator that got him there, and he's gone. And they lost a lot of pieces on the defense, but I just don't get the AFC North love. Like, maybe it's just the fans. Maybe they just love, like, being a part of it, and they just get like crazy, and they like just go on social media and like, yeah, these guys are real contenders now. Better respect them. The Browns won Defensive Player of the Year and Coach of the Year, and I thought they won something else last year too. Comeback Player of the Year. Browns are contenders. No, they're not. And, I think Chubb is going to be a result of that. Anyways, my 45th ranked running back in the 2024 fantasy football season is Mr. Zach Charbonnet, which he was 45th ranked last year, 39th ranked by ESPN, and 40th ranked by FantasyPro.com. Zach Charbonnet, I think I'm sleeping on this dude for sure. I haven't seen too much film on him. I just don't, like to watch Seahawks games or push myself to, watch Seattle Seahawks games. But I think Pete Carroll being gone is only going to help him. I think he was kind of a washed coach, but I think having a new defensive mind in there that's going to help, bring the defense around, bring the defensive standards up. It's only going to help Zach Charbonnet. Having a new offensive mind in there too will help him too, and the defense will get him more possessions and more time on possession, give him more opportunities. But I think one stat was he has 140, touches, but he only amounted to 680 yards and one touchdown. So think about that: 150 target or touches, and he had I really just yep. 650 yards on 150 touches and one touchdown. Now let's look at this guy. He had 230 touches, so 70 more snap touches, and he had almost double the yards. So he had like 20% more touches than Zach Charbonnet, and he had like double, like 50% more yards. So Walker's more efficient, like better in every aspect. So I don't know. It's another dart in the dark, which is why he's in this tier. Could he be good? Yes. Do we really know? I don't know. I might be sleeping on him, but what do you guys think? I have no idea with Zach Charbonnet. Another dart in the dark. This is Chase Brown, who is my 46th ranked fantasy football 2024 running back projection. I'm going to set up my 46th ranked running back in the 2024 fantasy football season, which is what I just said. ESPN projects him as a 42nd, FantasyPro.com ranks him as the 34th. Chase Brown is very, 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 very interesting because I think the Bengals are going to win the division, at least going to make the playoffs. Like, I think that's definitive. Even if Burrow gets hurt, like this, their team is very loaded, and people aren't talking about it enough. Like, even if Burrow gets hurt, like, I feel like they still have a better roster than the Jets, who are projected to make the playoffs. They have a better roster than the Ravens, than the Bills. Like, all of these playoff teams or projected playoff teams, like, they have better the Colts. They have a better roster than the Colts. They have a better roster than the Jaguars. Like, so when you take that all into account, and then the Bengals' offensive line, looking up even more than they have, Chase Brown is very interesting. He obviously hasn't done anything in the league so far. And he hasn't done anything in the league. But anything. And he also looked pretty slow on film, like pretty undynamic. I'm not gonna lie, but I don't know. The Bengals have a new offensive coordinator this year. They kind of have a no identity this year, so who knows how Chase Brown is gonna look. But objective as possible, the Bengals have one of the easiest schedules in the league, and they will win games. Like, they will win at least 10 games, like, minimum. So when you take that into account, Chase Brown is going to be part of that. How many snaps is he going to get? How involved is he going to be in the offense? Will he get more than 9 carries a game? You'd hope if you draft him, but that's why he's ranked as my 46th. Obviously, they're higher on him. I personally think Zach Moss is going to hog up a lot more snaps than Chase Brown, just because he looks faster than him. He's more experienced than him. But, Chase Brown could definitely get the starter role a couple weeks and fill in for Zach Moss, maybe. I don't know. Just every time I've seen him on film, he just does not look good. Like, he just does not look like a good running back. But the upside is that, easy schedule, loaded roster, and a very good team. So, scheme, talent are two big question marks for Chase Brown. But the upside, definitely, being a part of a team that is going to win a lot of games. A lot. Bengals are winning the division. And I hate the Bengals too. Like, I was saying Bengals were going to win like 4 games before I really looked into it. All right. And that's why he's a shot in the dark too. Like, his tier list really helps visualize. Now, the biggest upset, biggest craziest poll, I have Braylon Allen as the 47th ranked fantasy football running back in the 2024 projected season. So, and this could be low, I'm not going to lie. So, Braylon Allen is 62nd ranked by ESPN and FantasyPros.com, which makes him almost definitively the worst second-string running back in the league, which doesn't make much sense considering he's with, like, one of the goated play callers in the league, one of the most experienced play callers and open-minded play callers in Aaron Rodgers. He has a loaded defense with a great system that will help get him more possession, more time of possession, all of that. So I really don't see the hate for Braylon Allen. And then he's also backing up Brees Hall, and he's definitively the second string because they just don't have any other depth behind him. So Brees Hall comes down, this dude will be like, even for a game or two, like this guy is going to be getting snaps because the Jets are going to have to run the ball. And then another factor with Braylon Allen, other than his team and fit and all that. Where is he at? He also looked good on tape, from what I saw. Looks pretty interesting. Mr. Aaron Jones got 70 catches for just about for 4 seasons with Aaron Rodgers too. These 4 seasons were with Aaron Rodgers. I mean, they all were, but so Aaron Rodgers helped develop Aaron Jones into being a GOAT, a 70 catch GOAT, or 70 target GOAT, 50 catches. I was off. 50 catches a season. So he gets 16 touchdowns in 2019. So if you have anybody that is going to develop a running back, you'd hope that he'd be Aaron Rodgers. And I think Braylon Allen is in a perfect situation to develop, pretty well. Like very well, like faster than most running backs are going to develop. Like Braylon Allen developing in New York is going to develop better and faster than Jonathan Brooks, just because of the system he's in and the players he's surrounded by. But nobody wants to open their eyes to that. The Jets also play the Bills, who completely fell off. They're going to not have a great defense this year. The Patriots just fired the greatest defensive mind in that division's history. So, that's just gonna raise the ceiling of other teams in the division. And then, the Dolphins are okay. The Jets also play the AFC South, which was the worst rushing defensive division in the entire league last year, as well as the NFC West, who I've covered in past videos, the worst defensive division this year, like rushing defensive division. So, Jets definitely have a great schedule as well. So, Braylon Allen, people are definitely sleeping. This dude would be a great 4th-string running back, and he's getting picked 180th, 170th. I don't even know when he's getting picked. Maybe in the 200s. 62nd ranked by ESPN in Fantasy Pros. This dude should not be the second, the worst 2nd-string running back in the league. It just does not make sense, but especially when you consider the room. Anyways, moving on. My 48th ranked running back in the fantasy 2024 football season projected is Keaton Mitchell. I don't have high hopes for the Ravens, but I do think Keaton Mitchell will be a good Robin to King Henry, our dear Lord, Derek Derek's game aura. Keaton Mitchell's kind of slow, or not slow. Keaton Mitchell is very shifty, very fast. He can catch balls, and averaging 8 yards, 6 yards, 7 yards, 11 yards, 15 yards. He only did bad against the Bengals, and that's a divisional game. So, I mean, can you really even like gauge how bad or good he did playing against a divisional team? Like, Keaton Mitchell, just based off the numbers he had last year, like, definitely high potential for sure. And considering how the Ravens are going with Derrick Henry, like, Keaton Mitchell should definitely get some snaps too and get some more plays. So it's definitely a dart in the dark. 40th ranked. Like, everybody through here, you know, they're darts in the dark, but like any of them could be top 20. Top 20 picks. Like 18th or whatever, 17th, 15th. That's why they're darts in the dark. Like, we just don't know, and that's why they are so ranked so badly by ESPN and FantasyPros.com. But Keaton Mitchell is another one of those guys that could creep into the top 30. If the Ravens can block well, if they scheme Derrick Henry well, if everybody stays healthy, if Lamar Jackson can stay healthy, and if Keaton Mitchell can rebound from his knee, his left ACL tear, and I don't think there's much competition in the division by him either. They also play the AFC West, so a bunch of terrible defenses other than the Chiefs. Let's see their depth chart. It's going to compete with Justice Hill. Okay, yeah, he's got to compete with this journeyman running back. I'm sure he's going to struggle to beat him out. I mean, this dude's been pretty efficient, but Keaton Mitchell definitely was more efficient when he was on the field, so I'm sure he can beat him out. He just needs to, be healthy, and that's why he's a dart in the dark and the 48th ranked. Mr. Ezekiel Elliott is my 49th ranked running back in the Fantasy Football 2024 projected season. ESPN has him ranked as their worst starting running back in the league, right behind Tony Pollard. And FantasyPros.com has him as his 36th. Zeke, oh my gosh, I don't know, dude. I don't see why I'd pick him, at 110, wherever he's going, in the early hundreds. Dude averaged 3.5 yards per carry, 3.8, 4.2. Like, he's just slowly descended. And he had some touchdowns, and he's back where he was getting the touchdowns, but I just don't know. They have a very tough division. They have tough defenses in their division. Zeke is probably the biggest dart in the dark yet. Because you don't really know what the upside is. But you know the floor. 3 yards a carry. Moving on to the last pick, the top 50 running backs this fantasy football 2024 season. And I'm going with Tyler Algier. He played just as bad as Ezekiel Elliott did. Oh man, this guy played terrible. Um, yeah, he had the same yards per carry. He didn't get very much catches. I might be way off with this dude, but um, the one thing I will say with him is that he's always healthy. 17. He's only missed one game in his entire career. He did good. He did good as a rookie. 5 yards a carry, and then he fell off with Bijan there, but he's the biggest dart in the dark as well. He fits into this tier perfectly because who knows with them, He had Arthur Smith calling plays for him, and he was giving him all the snaps that Bijan should have had. Algier had 180 carries. Bijan had 214. Just weird. Just a weird situation to keep running somebody who has 1 yard less a carry, like, per attempt. But, he's experienced, so we'll just see. My gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Alright, this dude was terrible. I'm not gonna lie. He had a terrible year, but he was also playing for a bad Falcons team that missed the playoffs. And he's not a bad second string. I just wouldn't pick him probably ever. I'd rather just pick a running back or a 7th receiver. But he's the 45th ranked ESPN pick. ESPN projected running back 49th by FantasyPros.com. Falcons should be better this year, though. So I put him at 50th because he was 36th last year, but the Falcons will be a more respectable team this year. So his carries might go down, but his yards per carry and, catches should go up. So I don't know. What do you guys think about Algier? I'm personally never going to draft him. Dude, imagine if you picked him up after this week 1, 25 points against Carolina, and then he just doesn't do anything. For like the rest of the season. You like see him and you're like, oh man, that's a great pickup. Let me get him off the bench. I lost my week 1. I'm gonna beat all these people out. Get this dude. And then he just drops 5 points a week until the conference championship. Like by that point, you already cut this man anyways. So he dropped 14 for you on the bench. You're like, wow. Chase Brown did better. So, anyways, that's my top 50 picks for the top 50 running backs for the 2024 fantasy football season. I'm not saying that's how they're going to end up numbers wise, like what their rank is going to be at the end, especially because injuries. Like that's just dumb trying to project that. I'm just guessing, analyzing, and guessing how effective and useful everybody's going to be through the through the season. So let me know what you guys think. It was fun going through all of it for sure. And if you guys like this content, let me know. I'll make fantasy football content all year long. I'll watch games, go drive by drive, people like it. I'll definitely keep doing it. So let me know what you guys think. Who is the biggest miss? And just to go back over the tiers list, 1 through 9, I said building off last year's success. All of the top 9 dudes were very successful. 10 through 19, just as talented as the top 9 people. But matchups in the fantasy football playoffs could be an issue for all of these guys, 10 through 19. So that's why I project them as running back 2s, just because they're not guys you want to overdraft and pick them up over a wide receiver that's going to drop 20 points a week, because you're like, man, I need a running back. None of these guys are probably going to win a championship, but they could have great years, and they could go crazy in the playoffs. They're just as talented as everybody else in the top 20. And then 20 through 19, I said rookies and new systems. White is kind of in his first year with Antonio Pierce as head coach, so it is a new system. Brooks is a rookie. Stevenson is a brand new head coach. Aaron Jones is a new team. Zach Moss is a new team. Jaylen Warren has a new system. Ford's just in there. Same with Javonte. Spears has a new team or head coach. And Benson is a rookie. 30 through 39, I said splitting snaps, but can't have high upside. Obviously, all these dudes are, very talented, or somewhat talented, but, they're more specific to the matchup, specific to how the coach wants to coach that week, and then along with, who's getting the snaps that week, who's going to be the guy that week, because it's always a parity type of situation with running backs. So we'll just move on. And then 40 through 49 or 40 through 50, I said throwing darts in the dark, and that is definitely all of these guys. They all have potential to be, 15 through 80. So maybe even 12 through 80. So you're just throwing darts. You might hit, Algier won't hit. That was a miss. But all these other guys, injury happens, or, they just get it all of a sudden, or the system is just, perfectly built for them. They could be real threats to, be a high upside running back 2 for you, or high upside backup running back. And that's kind of all situation with those guys. And yeah. And then as well as I did these running back rankings based off schedule, fantasy playoff impact, system, surrounding team, and realistic expectations. So, Algier, don't expect much. That's a miss. And then, yeah. And then I'd highly recommend, if you're pretty involved with it and involved with football, and know how how the games generally go and all the playoff teams and stuff, I'd recommend looking at the matchups, each division. Pretty important, and it kind of played into how good Pacheco did last year. It played into how good Kamara did. and Rashad White did. Um, who else? It played into how good Brees Hall did because he played the Commanders in the last week, and they had the worst defense imaginable. Like they had like a high school football defense out there, and the Jets like couldn't get rushing lanes against them, so they just dumped it off to Brees Hall 15 times. So, knowing the matchups and who the division plays, pretty important, especially with that, because the Commanders were the worst defense in the league. So everybody that played them just had a heyday. Like McCaffrey was going off on them in the championship. Brees Hall in the conference championship, had 50 on them basically. They just gave points up to everybody. Tyreek Hill had like 38 against them. Yeah, Chain had 25 against them, 2 TDs. So, if you can figure out that worst defense or, the division, like the worst defensive division, I think it'll really help you because then you can target players that play that division. So, I did my rankings based off Josh Jake, like the Packers having a great offensive line, and then their division all having bad defensive lines, their opponents all having bad defensive lines, and Gibbs, same situation, the Lions being in the same situation, great offensive line, but then they have a bad defensive lines that they're playing, bad defenses are playing. So obviously the Lions are going to be doing better than say Derrick Henry, who plays more difficult teams and harder hitting teams, more respectable teams. So he's obviously going to be ranked lower than Gibbs, even though Henry is pretty talented and pretty close to him as far as talent and fit in his system. So, but other than that, let me know what you guys think. Let me know what you guys think. What was the biggest miss? What was the who did I overlook? Who is going to blow it up this year? And yeah, who do you guys got? Who do you guys got? Winning the fantasy football playoffs? Who is this year's CeeDee Lamb? Who is this year's Christian McCaffrey? Who is this year's a Chain? Who is this year's Kyron Williams? Who's this year's Jordan Love and CJ Stroud? It's all crazy. It's all random, Anybody can do good, anybody can be bad. So just aim to be the best you can. Aim to be the best you can. But other than that, 5 hours of talking is wild. Alright. Peace, y'all.